It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We repping our team, standing side by side. Win or lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. In the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. So the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We repping our team, standing side by side. Win or lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. In the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. So the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We repping our team, standing side by side. Win or lose, we carry that blue. Cause Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. So the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd.
Still blue. Footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through the rain, we danced through the pain. The pitch still remembers my name. Still blue through the silence and the roar. Still blue even when we don't score. I carry the soul of the shedding crew. You can't shake me, I'm still blue. Still here, still true. Woke up to the chants, paint cracked on my wall, but the pride in my heart never faded at all. Jersey frayed at the seams, but it still feels right. Been through darkest nights, still shining bright. We bled in the game, we rose with no shame. The bridge still whispers my name. Still blue, every tear and every cheer. Still blue, with my voice loud and clear. I carry the pride of the shedding crew. Win or lose, I'm still blue. From Drogba's fire to Ritz's run, we stood tall under every sun. Through Abramovich nights to new days begun, this heart beats for only one. Still blue, even when they don't believe. Still blue, every year we grieve and dream. I carry the hope of the shedding crew, born for this, I'm still blue. Still blue. Footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through the rain, We dance through the pain. The pitch still remembers my name. Still blue through the silence and the roar. Still blue even when we don't.
Yes, good people, big up to all of you. Welcome back to Just Perspective. Welcome for another edition of the Blue Morning Show. I do hope you're all doing well, and I cannot thank you enough for always being part of the community. Not the sort of result we would have liked, yeah, but what happened for a reason, and that's why we have a show like this to talk about it, to dissect and analyze everything that happened on the day. And yeah, if you think it's the manager's fault, the player's fault, we want to hear from you. But more importantly, thank you for finding the time to be part of the conversation. And currently, we have just one person in the chat, in Danny Music, who says, "Very disappointing, but it's always going to be difficult. Yep, beating at Bayern at the Allianz Arena. Had it not been the three errors that led to them getting the three goals that, yeah, they scored, we could have won 1-0, but no excuses. It ended the way it did. A lot of stuff to learn from it. The youngsters will learn. And the manager did say something to that effect himself. But more importantly, let's talk about this. We're still world champions, and we'll still be for 3+ years. So if anybody tries to bug you because, or maybe try to say some nonsense because they lost to Bayern at the Allianz Arena on their carpet, remind them that we're still the world champions. So it's not the prettiest of, you could say, the best of performances, but we did enough. That had it not been for the sloppy display or lapses in concentration, you could argue we could have come out, you could say, at least the worst would have been, could have been a draw. You never know. But that's, by the way, thank you so much for finding the time to join the conversation. We'll talk about Jose Mourinho becoming Benfica's new manager, how that will make our game against them very difficult. We'll talk about what else do we have here? Comments. We'll look at comments from the manager after the game, post-game comments, and then we'll look at comments also from football commentators, players, and all that. And then we'll look at the numbers, see what we can learn from it. Not the end of the world, not the, you could say, the worst of the performances we've seen from these players. Did good, did well enough. We weren't at our best, but still, the goals we considered, we shouldn't have. That's just my opinion. Big up to you too, IB. Nice to see you. I do hope you're doing well, and I appreciate you finding the time to join the conversation. Hopefully, the system behaves itself today. That's what I can hope for. IB, thank you so much for still again being a paid member of the community. That goes a long way in encouraging us. I appreciate you. But yeah, let's start discussing the items, the news items we have lined up one by one, and from there we will discuss comments from football commentators, ex-players, and players themselves. The managers post-game comments, quite a lot to learn from it. And then we'll look at the game. We'll start looking at the game proper. What the numbers tell us to see whether it was an awful performance or whether we were unlucky, or whether we deserve better than we got from the game. But IB, more importantly, thank you. Nice to see you. Big up to you too. Your thoughts on the game? I think I like what Danny Music said there. What the comment I have on the screen. Usually, I get more. You could say. This is a surprising comment from him. Let me just put it that way. He usually, when we lose games, I think I've seen worse comments from him. But this is a very disappointing. But it was always going to be difficult experience, especially with the crop of players we have, a very young, inexperienced. Some of them. How many debutants actually do we have there? Champions League debutants. A lot of them, I think. Tosin, Gusto, has he ever played in the Champions League for us? I don't quite remember. But we have a lot. I think we had a lot of debutants on the day, but we took our time to look at it. But that's by the way. So we will also talk about what else? Nothing else. So we're here mainly to discuss the game, but we'll go news hunting before that. But I want to get what's your opinion on what you think went wrong for Chelsea? Why we lost that game the way we did? But I've heard people mention a lot of stuff like the front. I've seen the foreign reasons on X with regards to why we lost the game. Some of them surprising, some of them reflects a lack of understanding of football, or just you could say you could clearly tell when you see those some comments. It'd be easy to tell, yeah, driven by emotions. You could say one the sort of comments that one makes when they are, you can say, the sort of you see the sort of thoughts from an individual immediately, and you'd be able to tell, yeah, emotions were still running high when the person said such things. But if you understand football, you'd know that, yeah, we want at our best, but we deserve better, given that the fact that, yeah, we practically gifted them the win. I get it. We had patches of a good display on the day, but I didn't. For me, had it not been for those moments of madness, we'd come out with a draw at least. Or even you could say the fact that, yeah, none of their goals, all the goals they scored against us were all down to lapses in concentration. Um, you you could, yeah, we could have won, but no excuses. We've lost. Where I think the players and the manager did learn from what happened on the day and improve. And then the next game in the Champions League play much better. But yeah, I'm not no, I wasn't happy that we lost, but that's it. The next thing, mine again, it comes natural for me these days. Once again, that moment of sadness because yeah, because it was a loss. Beyond that, the next thing I start doing to look at the game, rewatch it, and try to figure out what went wrong. Excuse me, I'm not still. My God, I'm still not 100%. All right, what do we have here? We were sloppy. I think that's the most accurate language to use. We were sloppy, and had it not been for that, you could argue, yeah, maybe we would be discussing a different outcome right now. But it is what it is, and I'm happy that it happened in our first game. Um, I wouldn't have loved, like you say, I wouldn't have loved it to happen. Nobody would have loved it to happen at a very crucial stage in the competition. So yeah, just like the Club World Cup when we lost to, was it Flamingo? It happened when yeah, the manager at the time that the manager had the opportunity to learn a lot from it and prepare for the next game in a better way, and maybe lesson for the players at the time also not to make repeat the sort of mistakes we experienced. We yeah, during a game our game against Flamingo. So in this case, it happened. First game, we still have 7 games to go. Now the manager, as the manager did put it during his post-game presser, we still have 7 games to play and a lot of points you could say to play for. So not the end of the world, but typical Chelsea fan base. A single loss and all hell breaks loose. And then a lot of people actually don't take the time to analyze and talk about what really happened. They just find someone to blame, which really doesn't make sense. And I refuse to blame Chalobah. He's been brilliant for us since mid-season Club World Cup. He was excellent against PSG. And then, yeah, why should I start slating him or bashing him because he scored an own goal um, uh, against Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena? I don't operate that way. Give me some time here. I want to take care of something in the studio quickly. But keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes that do go a long way. I appreciate you all finding the time to join the conversation. Yep, it ended. Our first game back in the Champions League ended Bayern 3, Chelsea 1. All 3 goals gifted. Yeah, we practically begged them, yeah, score these 3 goals and make sure make sure you beat us. And yeah, they don't take prisoners. They took the opportunities. We gifted them 3 goals, and they didn't miss because they have a very very potent attack. Let's see, is it me or our fitness levels are taking a dip? You could argue that was seeing the after effect of the Club World Cup. We didn't have a full preseason. not enough time to prepare properly before the season started proper. Um, you could argue that we're still in our preseason, but that's no excuses. I know the manager will figure it out. Um, the the you can say because we made it to the final of the Club World Cup, it was always going to be an issue. But that's not to say that was the reason why we gifted them 3 goals on a platter. Actually, it wasn't like it was especially that of Malagusto wasn't a forced error. That was shocking, really. But these things happen, and I'm happy. Honestly, I have to be honest with you. I'm happy that it happened now rather than at a crucial moment of in the competition. I think there's a lot to learn from it, and the manager he said that himself. And I've always said that he's a quick learner, and I trust him to learn from it. More importantly, the players themselves have to learn because yeah, we didn't lose that game because of the manager's selection or anything. Big up to you, Festus. I appreciate you finding the time to join me on the panel. I do hope you're doing well. Your thoughts on the on our loss to Bayern, and to be clear, it was on their turf, on their carpet. Looks like Festus is having a connection issue there. So, but let me take care of this quickly. Give me a second here. But yeah, more likes, people. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. If you haven't, please do take a second and drop a like on the video. And also subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We're getting closer and closer to 29,000 subscribers. Okay, let's add this. Add this 1 second here. Let me fix a few things here. Then I'll come back to you. But if you're in the chat, let's hear your thoughts on the game. Why do you think it ended the way it did? It'd be interesting to see what you have to say. All right, let's do this. Just turning on the other system because I had to do a maintenance overnight to get them up and running properly. And we did. So let's start addressing the items we have here one by one. This here talks about, let me see, give me 1 second here. Breaking news, Jose Mourinho to Benfica. Here we go. Verbal agreement until 2027. He always signs 2 years, a 2 year contract. I think the most I've seen him sign was a 3 year contract. When was that? Actually, I can't quite remember. So Mourinho has accepted a Benfica proposal, and the former steps will follow in the next 24 hours. A 2 year contract ready for the special one as Benfica coach. That makes our game against them quite interesting. He will make life difficult for us. I get it. He's not the most progressive, but the truth remains he does know how to frustrate opposition teams. So that makes it even more difficult, and that would be at the bridge. Yeah, I think so. Our game against Benfica would be at Stamford Bridge. So to some extent, you could argue he'd feel at home. But let's see. We know he's very pragmatic. He will study Enzo Maresca's approach. You could say the basics of his approach because we don't approach games the same way. We hardly ever do. We approach games the way we play. Again, in games, the opposition dictates. Maybe dictates the way we play in every game. But that's by the way. But one thing is certain: he will make life difficult for us on the day. But I'm confident. I think that loss against Bayern at the Allianz Arena for me, I think definitely the last time would lose a game in the league phase of the Champions League. But that's a small opinion anyway. You don't have to agree. Let's see Chelsea fans being aware that definitely this Mourinho's Benfica hiring Mourinho will make life a lot more difficult for us on the day. Let's see what Chelsea fans have to say. Matisse, welcome back to Stamford Bridge in 2 weeks' time. Yep, the special one returns. I swear this brother was at Porto last weekend with the whole stadium chanting his name. What a waste of money by Benfica. 2 years, probably at 3 years at most. Maybe I don't see him signing an extension there. I think probably he would get another opportunity elsewhere, and then he'd leave them. Let's see. He's a Chelsea fan. He will let us win. No, probably going to make life a lot more difficult for us. But I will come back to this particular topic here. Before I do, I'm going to go back to the panel and talk to Victor. Victor, big up and thank you for joining me on the panel. Let's hear your thoughts. What happened? Your observations on why we lost that game to Bayern. We gifted them 3 goals. I'm quite sure you did see that yourself. But let's hear you.
Yeah, Kochila, can you hear me?
Yeah, crystal clear. Big up.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning to you too.
Um, the game last night. I really don't know what really happened because the team we Maresca fielded was the same team we used against PSG. That strong team, that decisive team, that I don't know what really happened last night because they were playing like people that were like they are very sloppy, very tired, they uncoordinated. Every, all the only Chess and Palmer. That's the only two players that performed very well last night. Others we are so sloppy. Nothing to write home about. I don't really know. Uh, is it that Bayern was so good that we couldn't find our mojo, or I don't really know what happened. I don't really know. Sometimes it happens like that. Sometimes you performed well, you perform well. Sometimes you will not perform well. Bayern performed very well. They were very technical and tireless. All the Bayern players, we are so strong, so strong. Our midfield was so porous. I don't really know what happened. I don't really know what happened last night, but I can't talk too much because in football you lose and you win. So yes, last night was a horrific one, and we lose the game. I don't know. I don't know. Kojila,
Are you one of those that
I was so
believe that that's it? That we're not never gonna make it to the next phase because we lost the first game.
no.
If anything,
I don't
I'd
believe
say
that.
this is a lesson just in time.
According to Maresca said that he's going to improve on the game. So I trust him. I
Definitely.
trust him to do a better job next game.
Definitely. Here's something I want to say quickly. We experienced what we saw wasn't the best of performances we've seen from the team. We've done better against better. You could say against. You could say an equally good team like PSG. I think you could sense that the players, as you've mentioned already, some of them did come across as tired. Um, you could say burned out maybe to some extent because what will lead to Malagusta making the sort of mistake he made for me is you could argue a burnout possibly because yeah it affects your decision making. I don't think as well as he did in that game before that era. I was shocked really. For me, I get it. We weren't at our best. We weren't, but at the same time, we weren't that poor. Because if we have to, I'm not making excuses here because the truth
Kochila,
remains, had it not been the 3 goals we gifted them, you could argue we could have won by 1 goal to nothing, irrespective of how many chances they had. But we gifted them scoring opportunities on a platter, and they are a very important side. They took all the opportunities we gave them. The 3 goals, check it, all of them. The penalty, that was like the sort of mistake Caicedo made with the first that he could say on his debut for Chelsea. Then the what's to say? Then the first goal was sorry. The first goal was the own goal. The second one, the penalty. The third one, just like more like a Christmas gift. So for me, I
yeah,
get it. Because we've seen, and I'm quite sure you've experienced situations where the side with the less XG, they again one games that you could argue that yeah they shouldn't have won. So that I would
Coachella, those people,
yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Bayern Munich they have experienced players, well groomed players. You don't make such mistakes because without being pressured, we will not make mistake. They pressured, they were pressing us. They controls the ball, both in
And
the
at the
center,
highest
even
level,
in
when
our
you make
own
such
side.
mistakes, you get punished.
Yes, because they are very, very technical. There's no way you will make mistake where you have Harry Kane. Harry Kane is a top striker. If you make mistake, if you give him that gift, he will take it immediately with open arms. Huh? So that's it. Our defense was so poor. This is what Maresca, when Kobe got injured, Maresca came out openly and said, "Okay, I need a defender. It's a priority." But what did our board? They didn't give him that defender. They were going for Simon and Ganacho and other departments, whereby we have a place that we will prioritize. Which coach came out openly to say, okay, we need this department to be put in place. They didn't give him that player. Now our defense is okay because earlier I was talking about this defense. We need a defender. We need a defender, an experienced defender. We cannot go all out in playing Champions League, Premier League, FA Cup, Carabao Cup with just this tossing and the rest of them. There's no way.
Okay,
There's
can
no
I ask you
way.
this
If you look
quickly?
at
I
our match
understand
yesterday,
where you're
most,
coming from.
most
I wanted to ask you some of the goals. Looking at the goals we considered, would you say that any of them was down to, the three goals were down to, you can say, poor us not having a good enough defensive line? None. The own goal we saw happened. Although there were signs that yeah, we needed to do better defensively, but none of the goals we can say that you'd say down to us being poor defensively. No, Chalobah made a mistake, and and as I've said before, I'm not going to
you
start. You can say bashing him because he scored an own goal. He's been one of our best defenders since mid-season to and Club World Cup, and now could we? Could we? I think would it, we. Let me say this: would it have made sense for us to sign another defender? I'd say yes, but we just couldn't. We had issues that a lot of people don't understand. We had issues with UEFA. At some point, we just couldn't spend. We wanted to, but we just couldn't spend because had we not been as careful as we were and made sure we sold players to actually uh, 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 measure, you could say, solve the issues we have the you can say we had to make certain amount of money not to get into trouble with UEFA. We barely did that. And had we gone into the market and tried to sign another player, we would have gotten into serious trouble. And that trouble, you could argue, I don't know what the punishment that could have been. I don't remember, but we didn't have the luxury to spend as much as we wanted. You get my opinion there. So we have to actually consider that.
yeah,
You
yeah,
could argue
Coachella,
that was even the reason why we
yeah,
didn't push through with our pursuit of our Javi Simmons. But go ahead if you wanted to add something to that.
yeah. I understand what you're saying, but when you look at Chelsea team after the Club World Cup, you see that okay, they are a very good team. They are a very, very good team, and we can go all out to win anything that you want if we are together. If we are put, the way we played against PSG, had even we played the same way last night, I don't think Bayern Munich would have win us. But the thing is
Remember,
that
let me bring you back to a
we
point
feel
you
so.
made. We looked tired. And for me,
I don't know why we look at.
that's a justifiable reason for that. We made it to the final of Club World Cup, stretching, and you could say playing into the period where the players could have gone on a vacation, be well rested, come back, and then we'll have a normal preseason. Besides that, we didn't have a normal preseason. That aspect of the tiredness, or maybe sort of, you could say, when you look at them, you'd be asking the question: are they burned out? That's a possibility, but I'm not making excuses here. The point is, we gifted them 3 goals, irrespective of how badly we played on the day. Because, yeah, you've seen, have you been watching Liverpool since the start of the season? They will be so awful, missing a lot of chances, not creating too many chances, and then dying minute, they score 1 goal, or maybe score a late winner and take all 3 points. So had it not been for the fact that we gifted them 3 goals, yeah, we'd be discussing a different outcome right now, maybe. This is not me making excuses, but I'm just saying, overall, I'm just gonna come back, circle back to saying it happened just in time. And as the manager said, that he has a feeling that, yeah, we're gonna build something special after that loss. Because the players will learn from that. I think inexperience played a part. Lots of the players we had on the pitch on the day were making their Champions League debut. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, the thing is that you talked about Liverpool. You know, Liverpool, uh, they will play so awful, but at the end of the day, they will not make all those unnecessary mistakes, and they will win. Because if they make such mistakes, they will lose. But they don't make the mistake. They will play awful, miss chances, but they will not make such mistakes. But our players, I don't want to say they are prone to mistakes, but all those mistakes, yeah, it will not lead us anywhere. To be sincere, it will not lead us anywhere. And the thing is that I don't think that playing James in our midfield will, I was expecting Maresca to, okay, remove Gusto and put James in that right wing. But he did what he did. He removed Gusto. He removed James instead. James would have been better in that right back than removing him entirely. But that's all good. It's our third loss in 23 games. Loss can't define us. Every loss is a lesson. At least we'll learn from it. And this weekend we are going to Manchester United, Old Trafford. I think we'll learn one
Yeah,
or two.
and here's the thing: if if you haven't rewatched our game against PSG in the Club World Cup final, I think I urge you to go do that. They had good opportunity to actually score first, but on the day, on that particular occasion, also Robert Sanchez was at the top of his game. So had this game, had we not given them 3 goals, I think we'd be discussing. Yeah, they would definitely will be discussing a different outcome today. And I don't think a lot of people will be complaining about the defense and all that. Yeah, because usually wins mask issues. Yeah, usually wins mask issues, and people, once you win, just like at the time when we had Graham Potter, we were winning games. I think we won 5 games in a row at the time. It was I and Roger, rest his soul, and bless his soul. We were telling people, yeah, there are a lot of issues here. In this case, even a lot of people were saying, because Chalobah scored an own goal. Some people were just getting online their complaints were, yeah, the manager clearly asked for a CB and he wasn't backed because Chalobah made a mistake. I'm not saying we were perfect. I'm not making excuses here. I'm just saying I think that own goal by Chalobah, again, drives the opinion of a lot of people, Chelsea fans online. But if you look at it, we lost because we gifted them 3 goals. One was a penalty, on just like the same fashion that he considered one against West Ham United in his Chelsea debut. The other one, an own goal. The other one, an assist from our own defender, not even under pressure. So, but it makes it easier for people. You can say for
Yeah,
people's argument as to why we lost, as to that. So the argument that we could have spent the money we spent on certain players elsewhere, it makes it seem, you can say, accurate, but to some extent it's not. And I'm going to say this again. I mean, would it have make sense for us to sign one more defender? I'd say yes. But we had issues. We just couldn't spend for the sake of it. And I can assure you that the fact that we ended up not signing a defender and prioritized signing a winger, I'd argue that, yeah, that's because the manager agreed. But that's my opinion anyway.
But
Jay, welcome to the panel. Yeah,
Coachella,
go ahead.
if the if the manager, okay, you said that we ended up signing a winger instead of a defender was
Hmm.
because manager agreed. But why did the manager agree? Why by he came out openly and asked for defender, Coachella?
Then
Why?
maybe they had
He
a
came out
conversation.
openly and asked
And
for
the
a
same
defender that he
day
would
he
like to
said
prioritize
that he
the
wanted
defender
the same.
after
Wasn't the
after
same day
Kowe's
that he
injury.
said that his defender and centre back is his top priority? Wasn't it the same day that he said he also said did say something to the effect of, but we're looking internally for a solution. Even if he didn't say that day, if he said it at another time, it was because they had the conversation. They convinced him, and he agreed. This reminds me of people saying, even though before we signed Lukaku, I was telling people he's not Thomas Tuchel's type of number 9. But after that, I did also tell people we signed Lukaku because he said yes, I can work with Lukaku, and I told people that had he said no, I can't work with him, there's no way we'd sign the check for Lukaku signing. If you get my point, and can we not speak as if we lost the game solely down to defensive errors? No, we didn't. Chalobah made a mistake. That's it. So what else? Gusto passing the ball straight to what's his name, Harry Kane. I don't. That's lapses in concentration, and I don't say. Listen, that's just my opinion anyway. But let's hear Jay's opinion. But Jay, give me 1 second here. Big up to you. Nice to see you. Let's see. The issue is our best right-footed central defender cannot remain fit. In Fofana, you think he's the best when he cannot actually stay fit? Okay. So since Jay is on the panel, I'm gonna skip his comment here. First 20 minutes we were quite good. Minor lapses in concentration, a sloppy and a penalty did us, and then the tiredness of playing 65 to 66 matches last season caught up. That's a, you could say that's a sensible argument right there. But at the same time, we don't want to dwell on that much so it doesn't come across as if we're making excuses for a bad performance. Had it not been for the lapses in concentration, we'd be discussing a different outcome right now. 1-0. Did you think PSG had goal scoring opportunities in that final at the Club World Cup? They had good opportunities even before we got a chance. I think before we got a chance to actually have a go at their end. But that's my opinion anyway. We're entitled to express our respective opinions, and that's why we're here. Should have started Estevao for Gusto and James. I mean, we're speaking in hindsight right now. Uh, but let's hear your thoughts on the game. What your observations? Why did it end the way it did? Do we have Jay there?
Hello. Big up,
Okay, there you
coach.
go. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, crystal clear.
Yeah. Yeah, talking about the match, obviously it's disappointing. It's never good when you wake up in the next day after having a defeat. It's never a good feeling. Uh, Again, there are discussions over a match, and we have to subjectively analyze it. And I don't think, again, I have to repeat this thing after every match that this is not the end of the world because it's not. We weren't really terrible. There were moments in those matches which
Sorry,
shows some
just let me
cracks.
hear this. Did you say we weren't really terrible?
Yes, I said we
We've
were not
played
really
we
terrible.
played worse than that and still won games, right? Or drew. But go ahead.
Yeah, we were not terrible. Actually, the first half was quite 50-50 if you look closely. They had their chances, we had our chances. We actually had some really good opportunities which were collectively looking good as a team. They were having, some individual moments. I think Olise was causing a lot of problems on their left-hand side. Cucurella was having a little trouble to get a gaps of him, but the problem for me, actually, as I think I mentioned in the group chat as well, that what concerned me the most was we were chasing that game in the second half, and that is when I lost it. They actually got the control of the match when we were chasing it. That's actually shocking to me. The approach that we should have
What do
had,
you think
uh,
led
need,
to that?
I don't know, coach. I don't know. Like it was so shocking that they were so counter pressing. They were press resistant. We were trying to press them, but they were so quick with their passes. It was so easy for them to bifurcate some of our lines. And yeah, they were actually, taking a break and not trying to attack us in the second half. They were very, very comfortable to control the match. And I think after the 50th minute or so, I think we had no avenue to go forward and attack them. And that shocked me. And I don't know why that happened. I think there are few players that needs to be. The one criticism that I have for Enzo Maresca is his stubbornness to start some of the players who are clearly not fit. I'm a big fan of Enzo Fernandez, like a big, big fan. But it is no toxicity or no
He did look
negativity
bad,
to.
right?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not negative and toxic to say that he's not fit. He's not looking match fitness. His sharpness is not there. I think the case of Enzo Fernandez is becoming more like the one of Kai Havertz. Remember, always Kai Havertz used to have a very slow start to a season, very, very slow start. And I think he had that similar pattern for 3 years in a row. Enzo Fernandez was not good the last year, the starting few matches when even Maresca dropped him for Lavia. And I think if Lavia was fit right now, I don't think Enzo would start as well. But I think Andres Santos could also fill in the gap. And there is no
Even
disrespect
even
to,
more like for like than Lavia, because
yeah, more
Lavia
like for
is
like.
more
Even I
defensively
think Maresca
minded.
has mentioned it that he sees him more like a Enzo Fernandez replacement. Then
So
you
why
need to
not
start
start him?
him. Yeah, I understand, the thing that comes with price tag, that it's actually a headline thing if your 110 or 120 million player is on the bench and not starting. I understand it. It was more of evident in the first season when Enzo arrived it, but I think it's no same. We have to look for the team, for the betterment of the team, and even Andres Santos were looking good as well. So I don't understand that selection. Now, talking about our centre back issues, which is the main, talking point. Uh, I don't think it's the fault of Maresca. I back him fully, but I think the club, and by club I mean the sporting directors, have disappointed him. He came out publicly in interviews. You can call it that he had some language problem and maybe he wanted to convey something else. I don't see it. I think that was a very short, simple sentence in which we clearly asked for a centre back. And then when he went inside after that interview, I think they had some chat with the club officials, and he had to come the next day and term it as maybe I was not clear with my
Okay, let me ask you
words.
this. Yeah, I always,
Yeah,
that's why I always like to have you on the panel, and I'm going to squeeze whatever as the the most I can from you. What I want to say is this: you did mention his sentence about him needing a center back was clear and simple, very easy to understand. I did read it
yeah,
myself. Then he went back and had a conversation with the hierarchy, right? Or those responsible for signing new players, right?
yeah,
Do you see a world where they forced him to accept to find a solution in house? No, I don't think they can do that. And he's not the sort of manager that you do that to. He'd walk. And
yeah,
in all honesty, after winning the Club World Cup, there are you can I think it makes sense to say lots of club will be looking at him, and we heard that before. But my point is this: after he had that conversation with the hierarchy or those responsible for making the signings, and during his next presser, he said, "Yeah, but we're looking in house." That
yeah,
might have been because yeah, we the those responsible explained to him, look, we have a problem with UEFA, and we cannot afford to sign the sort of quality we're looking for. And look, we wanted Javi Simmons but couldn't get the deal across the line because of that same problem.
yeah,
And I don't think, listen, I actually don't think it's the end of the world. I think because he's an idealistic manager, the loss of Colwell, as good as he was, we all know he improved immensely under Enzo Maresca. The loss of Colwell uh, did show that, yeah, he wanted a like for like replacement for him. You could say, and the closest to Colwell we have at the club is what's his name, Badia Chile. But let me not go too far into it. My question is: do you see a world where they forced him to accept that to look in house? No, he accepted to look in house. because probably they explained to him why at the time it wasn't possible to sign another CV. But let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it yourself in between the sentence that he wanted it. He went to the directors and talked about it. They mentioned to him, and he's not that sort of manager who is going to cause chaos or he's going to be forced. He's very understanding. I think that is one of the key elements that he is in the place as well. His selection criteria, I think he agreed to work with the young players and the whole philosophy that the directors and the owners want to work with. I think he is in agreement with that thing. But I think Maresca is kind of in sync with the fans. When he saw the result of the Club World Cup, he knew that we are at a level, and with one or two elements of addition, we can really take the next step and maybe target the Premier League or even Champions League, the bigger cups. I'm not saying Club World Cup is not the biggest of achievement. It's still a very big achievement for us, and only we Chelsea fans know that. But I think Maresca was totally understanding that what he needs to do to push this team to the next level. And the Levi Colwill blow was very, very huge for him. I think only
Yeah,
it was very, very forceful.
a very
I don't
important
think,
piece to his approach.
yeah, I don't think Enzo Maresca is the sort of guys who will come into the pressers and ask for direct players to be signed. I think he was really eager to it. That is why he only demanded it in the presser. But anyways, they told him the conditions and he agreed to it. My problem with this is I don't understand the choices that these sporting directors make. You are, as I mentioned in the comments below, in the starting, that you are agreeing to spend around 110 or 120 million. I think 110 million on the left-hand side with Garnacho and Gittins, both unproven, both not ready, both very raw. So that is a little question mark already there.
But do
But
you agree they didn't just sign those players? They signed those players because the manager okayed the signings.
yeah, the manager okayed the signing, but
Exactly,
I
that's the
think the
point. If he didn't want them, they weren't going to sign them. But go ahead, what you're saying. I'll let you drop, and I'll let
yeah.
us have the conversation to whether actually the goals we considered were down to us not having a good defensive line. I'd say no, except one, an own goal, which can happen to anybody. But go ahead, what you're saying.
But that is the problem in itself, coach. Right? Chalobah is a very good player. I like him a lot. I have advocated for him to stay at the club, but he's not the guy that you want in the big Champions League nights to be started. He's a guy that will do your job from the bench and maybe in the cup games, maybe in the Premier League lower level games as well. But he's not your world class centre back that is going to start against PSGs and Bayerns, the big teams regularly and give you a performance. I think the same goes for Tosin as well. He has got some age to him, and he's a very good player as well. But you cannot expect these two guys to start against the bigger teams like PSG and all.
But did
Sorry,
we
Bayern
lose
and
that game
PSG.
yesterday due to defensive down to you can say was a loss down to defensive lapses?
I think the own goal could have been avoided. That looked really
And
silly
that's
the way
it.
Chalobah because and that's where my point comes. You signed a world-class center back who has got some experience. Maybe he will handle that situation better. Maybe the Champions League atmosphere, away ground, Bayern and all things really get in the head of a young guy like Chalobah, who's got not that much of experience, and he made that error as well. Tosin has been really bad the last few games. Let's be honest with it, and I don't fault him again because I think these two guys have been forced into this situation. They have been asked to do more than they are capable of. Now, I'll ask you a question. I asked you about the left wing situation where they signed Garnacho and Gittins. Christian Mascara. Our scouts literally recommended the directors to sign him. And not because he's played for Arsenal the last week and he was so brilliant. I was actually talking about this even in the transfer window. Our scouts recommended the signing of Mascara. The sporting directors ignored him. Arsenal literally signed him for 15 million. Tell me what is 15 million in this market? And he is much, much better than a lot of signings that we have in the centre back. And he literally, I mean, when he played for Arsenal, the Arsenal fans didn't miss. Like there was the void of what's the name of the Saliba. He replaced Saliba and it was perfect. So that is what I'm saying. The decision making of the sporting directors is questionable because you are literally ignoring a 15 million, 20 million center back. That is not a big price, right? And you
There's,
are
there was also the
overpaying.
opportunity of getting Hincapi on loan.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean, you can do
that
that.
brings me
That's
down
why
to
you
the
are in the
fact
job.
too. I think probably we've already discussed that. And Jay, if you remember, we had issues, and the priority you could argue was to sign wingers because Colwell wasn't injured at the time. And Badia Shile, whenever he's fit, he does a good enough job in that particular position. And I think here's something I want to say quickly. I think if the defenders we have, the centre backs to be more specific, we have, if they can stay fit, I think we'll be all right. And more importantly, something I've been mentioning, maybe we all view football from different lenses. More importantly, the reason we were able to beat PSG the way we did on the day wasn't necessarily down to how defensively solid we were on the day. It was mainly because we defended as a unit. And I'm
Yeah,
saying if Fafana, my point is if Fafana can stay fit, if Badishile can stay fit, he's capable of fulfilling the Colwell role. If he can stay fit, he's capable of fulfilling the Colwell role. And we have, and I think the manager should start giving opportunities to, what's his name, Achempong, of which I think, yeah, his time will come. We still have Yola Hato. I think defensively, honestly, it's not perfect. I think we have a defensive line that if we can continue to defend as a unit like we did from more mid-season to Club World Cup and all that, I think we'll be all right. There are other factors I'm concerned about. Let me just stick what that's. Let me just stick with one factor that I'm concerned about. You could say the toll of the Club World Cup on us. It stretched our season longer than it should. You could say, what's the language I'm looking for? Extended again to a length that got to a time where the players they could have gone to get on a break after the season. It'd be correct to say that we're still in our preseason right now. I'm not saying that was the reason why we lost the game. No, I think the manager is good enough to you can say approach the game in a manner that irrespective of how bad we are, if we don't make silly mistakes like we did on the day, we still get a good result. Because you could argue even the games we've won since the start of the season, since this 25-26 season, we won at our best. But we won because the manager, for me, is tactically sound. He's found, and you can say the mentality of the players also has changed. We're maturing. I understand your point, and I've said this before. Again, it would have made sense had we signed one more CB. Yeah, I agree. But defensive lapses, you could argue it'd be sensible to say wasn't the sole reason why we lost that game.
yeah. Um,
But go ahead with what you're
Look,
saying.
yeah, the Club World Cup toll, I'll agree to you that on that. I think it has his impact. We saw the injuries to Colwell and maybe even Delap as well. I think some of the now these are all permutation combination that you apply that whether it's because of that or no, but it's definitely it has its toll. Maybe the holidays and the preseason thing that is definitely going to help the season that we are going to have. I think the special impact, the main impact of this tournament will be around December and January. I think that is when, if we avoid all the injuries and all, I think that will be really good. I think that is the period when the tiredness, when the lagginess of this tournament will come into play. But I hope
So you're
it's
not one
not
of
the
those that
case.
think that believes that's it for us. We're done. That we're not going to be able to do well in the competition because yeah, that's you can argue that it's if you pay attention to what some of the fans are saying, just like the same way you think that yeah, after the loss to Flamingo, that's it. We were done uh, during the Club
No,
World Cup.
no,
Some are
no,
like that.
no.
If anything, in my opinion, and I want to get yours too from that perspective if anything, it's a lesson just in time. Like
Yeah, it's
the manager did say something similar that he has a feeling that we'll achieve a lot after
yeah,
that loss. What do I
yeah.
think? The players learning that yeah, you have to be. You don't just you can say make such sloppy mistakes irrespective of how tired you are. But we'll find out. I think yeah, it's a lesson just in time in my opinion. But let's hear you that aspect.
Yeah, I think the manager is more than capable. I think the biggest asset that this club right now has in their hand is Enzo Maresca. I think he's doing much more than this squad is capable of in the limited time that he has, taken out the potential of some of the players and applied it on the field is remarkable, and I appreciate him a lot for that. Look, if Enzo Maresca never asked for centre back in the pressure, I would have never be on such a high horse and be critical of the sporting director. I am backing the manager, and if the back manager wants something, I want that thing to be fulfilled. Especially when guys like Mascara and there are some other players on loan. That is their duty to find a solution for it. I understand all this, and you're saying about Fofana. That's a big F. A club like
Yeah,
Chelsea
serious
in such
if.
in such huge tournaments like Champions League, Premier League, you don't go with that big F of Fofana when he has a history of getting injured for majority of the part of the season for last 3 years in a row. So that's a big F. And then you got the qualities of Bediashile and other defenders who are not proven or who are not consistent at all. We are in the Champions League. We are going to play the bigger teams. So you were ready. The Colwill injury happened, I think, in between the summer transfer window. There was ample enough time for them to, think outside the box and maybe do something. But that's gone. Let's not talk about things which cannot be worked out now. You talked about Josh Chimpong. I think it's a similar case like Enzo Fernandez. Enzo Fernandez doesn't look fit, doesn't look that great. He needs
Even
to be a little. He
Caicedo
needs,
doesn't look 100 feet, 100%
yeah,
fit. It doesn't. Even in the
he's
last
the
game,
most
he
important
was
player, coach. He's
nearly
the
perfect in terms of the way he applied himself on the pitch and everything. But at the end of, if you paid attention, you'd know that he's not 100%. He wasn't 100%. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think the case with Caicedo is actually the tiredness. This guy plays a lot and he gives his 100% in every game. I think if you want to single out one player who's the most important one, I will actually avoid Palmer's name and I'll say it's Caicedo. I think he's the backbone of this team. He's that much important and he's doing overtime. So he's allowed to, go a little here and there because he's doing a lot for the club. And Enzo will come good. He will definitely come good. We
Yeah,
all
as you
saw his
mentioned, I'm
qualities.
starting to, you could say, see it the same way also that he starts the season slowly.
Yeah, yeah, that's the case. Havertz was good for us in the later parts of the season. He was terrible in the initial part of the season. That was a fact. I think it's similar thing with Enzo Fernandez. Maybe he will improve this thing growing older into his 26 or 28, that type of age. But right now, I think Andres Santos can do the job. I think he might play Andres Santos against Manchester United, and same goes for Etienne. I think he needs to get the chances when both Tosin and Chaloba are making some issues. Sometimes it's good for the player itself to take a break and be on the bench to regroup and regain the confidence rather than you're making constant mistake and you're being thrown in the matches again and again where you are more susceptible to make more damage.
Yeah, I think he's shown that he trusts Achimpong. He's given him opportunity in high-profile games, even when we had other options on the bench. I think that's a sign. He will. His time will come. His time will come. I realized early on when he had the chance to play that Kowa role that he operates differently. In the case of when Kowa is on the ball, if you make a run, he will find you immediately. But
Yeah,
in the day Achampong played that role, he likes to drive with the ball. When he sees space, he drives into the space. You can say he exploits the space, but not realizing that someone, again, that his teammate is in a better position to receive the ball and maybe help us do some damage against the opposition. He operates differently. He has good passing range, but doesn't facilitate the passes early enough. He holds on to the ball a bit longer than Colwell does. Maybe that's something the manager is working on because he's also cool as ice on the ball like Colwell. But the difference is, you can say, how quickly he decides what to do with the ball. Colwell just make the move, he sees you, just like that assist for Cole Palmer against PSG. Jay, it's always an honor to have you on the panel. Hopefully, you still have time because there are some other items we have lined up here that I'd like to get your opinion on. I'm gonna catch up with a bit of what we have in the chat. Come back to the panel. So let's hear Wendy if he's ready. She is ready to speak. Apologies for that once again. I was really hoping for Enzo to work wonders for us, but we need a bit more physicality in the midfield. In the middle, at times, our opposition glide past our midfield as if it's a thin foam. Team foam wall. Wow! Thank God we have Caicedo. I don't think physicality is the issue in the midfield area. Actually, I don't think so. Maybe if anything, tiredness. And that's what I want to go with. Makes a big mistake, lucky success. That's what you believe. Okay, up to you. But I don't think he made any mistakes. He had to rotate. But yeah, you're entitled to your opinion. And the dominant says about Yashila is just as bad as Tosin, slow to react and prone to errors. I think he's different from Tosin, in my opinion. Good morning to you too, Chama. Nice to see you. I do hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the conversation. Fans are overreacting. The ball bounced off Trevor's knee, could not be avoided. Thank you. And Houston, unfortunately, we'll all, you can say, view football differently from different lenses, maybe. And I'm not going to, because of that, start bashing him. He's improved quite a lot. He's currently one of our best centre backs, no question. But yeah, that's my opinion. People have every right to see it the way they see it. And they've been praising him until he scored an own goal, and that's it. He's a bad player. Yeah. I but here's the thing. I don't want to dwell on that. Dale Wilson, now we lost less pressure, in my opinion, less of a target on us. That's another way to see it. But more importantly, I'm happy. The manager's a quick learner. I think he will learn from what went wrong on the day. More importantly, I think the players are the ones, yeah, they have a lot to learn from that game. We weren't. That wasn't, again. I was the worst of the performances we've seen from this crop of players. I get it. The Bayern players more experienced than our players, but no, we didn't lose because yeah, we played really, really, really badly. No, we lost because we gifted them 3 goals. Yeah, but yeah, you heard Jay when he spoke. We had good opportunities actually. Good morning to you too.
Yeah,
I thought, Wendy, just give me 1 minute, please, if you don't mind. Okay, I
yeah, yeah.
we would give them more problems than we did, but again, our defense was too easy. Okay, go ahead, Wendy. You can speak now. Thank you for joining us on the panel. Your thoughts on the game? What happened?
Thank you, coach. Thank you. Hope you're doing okay now.
I think yeah, much better, but you can still tell from the way I sound that yeah, not 100%, but I think
Yeah,
uh, not
yeah.
as tired as I was yesterday and the day before. But thank you for joining.
We thank God. We thank God. Thank you for the opportunity.
No
Big
worries.
up
More
to
thanks
you,
to you
the
for joining.
panelists, and everyone there. Yeah. Okay.
And can you
Yeah.
increase your microphone a
Yesterday
little bit
loss was
more or get
it's
closer to
hard
your
to.
microphone because we can barely hear you?
Okay. 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 Put. Please, can you hear me now?
Much better. The closer you are
Can
to
you
the
hear
mic,
me?
the better we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, go ahead. I think we can manage.
Well, it's hard to take the loss, but okay. Okay. The loss yesterday was hard to take, but I think we played very bad. We played bad yesterday, not very bad, but we played bad yesterday. And I was not expecting Maresca to set up with the way we set up yesterday, the same as PSG, because when you listen to what company said yesterday during his press conference, he was saying something like he has watched Chelsea. I think we have been finding out most of opponents know how we play and how we operate and everything. So I think we have the final. So I think Maresca need to tweak things a little bit. And sometimes I think Maresca overthink things too much. Sometimes you just need to play the players where they are comfortable with on their natural position. Yesterday you can see Neto was struggling. Neto struggled a lot yesterday. Well, I think I'll give my boys a benefit of the doubt because some of them yesterday was their first playing the Champions League. And I think we
Mm.
have more games to play. I think we'll make it through the group stage. For me, I still believe we can still come up from the group stage. Yesterday we play against very good experienced side, yes. And then our defense is always a question mark. Our defense is very weak, and then we give away 3 goals to them. So I think
I want to
it
say, I want to
was
say
our
this quickly,
mistake
and I think you've
giving that
already,
chance.
I think you followed your comment up with a good comment there. We gifted them 3 goals. I'm not saying our defense is perfect, but at the same time, we didn't lose because we have a bad. You can say we played the game with a bad defensive line. We lost because we gifted them 3 goals. More importantly, and Chalobah, I don't think he did his best. But go ahead with what you were saying, Wendy.
Yeah, I think we need to fix our defense. We really need to fix our defense. And then yesterday, what I see was I think Bayern knew how we are going to play, so they keep the ball simple. If you notice what I'm saying, they really kept everything simple, waiting out for us to make a mistake, and then yes, they punish us with that. They keep everything simple. You can see Olise didn't play his game the way I know Olise would have, because he just want to play simple, because if he doesn't play it simple, he cannot. I mean, outsmart Kukurea just like that. Yesterday in the first half, Kukurea struggled a little bit with Olise, because he kept it very simple. And then the second half, he did well. He did well. He studied the game. He studied Olise, and then he was able to frustrate him a bit. I think yesterday, man of the match, I'll give it to Sanchez. He really saved us a lot. He really saved us a lot yesterday. I think Maresca, this is his first Champions League, so as he said before, we are learning. We are in the learning process and all that. But I think the board directors, I mean, let us down. We as the fans and maybe the coach, because you can see Maresca really need a centre back, a CCB. That's what he need. He just not just a centre back, but a CCB, a ball playing centre back. That's what he need. And I think Achampo can do that, but I don't know why he doesn't trust Achampo. Because the more you give
Um.
him game time, the more he become confidence. So
Okay, let's be
sometimes
more
Maresca
specific here.
overthinks
You mean
too
you mean
much.
the Colwell role? You
Yeah,
mean
yeah, the CCB,
at
the Cowell
Chimpong?
role.
Not quite. Listen, both are very good on the ball. Cool, calm, collected on the ball. Even under pressure, they don't make silly mistakes. But the difference is Colwell is quick to decide on what to do with the ball. Achimpong like to drive with the ball. That's the difference. And I think the manager, I think the last game he played, he was utilized, you say, in the same position, but he wasn't able. He doesn't have. Let's say you could say maybe the difference is that he doesn't have Colwell's vision, because Colwell is a defender that has the vision of a midfielder. If you mix that run, he finds you. He has that. But Achimpong, maybe he will eventually, you can say, mature into that sort of player. He has good passing range, I've seen, but in most cases, it takes him time to decide what to do the ball. Whereas Colwell, before you snap your finger, he's decided what to do with the ball in terms of finding a teammate where, as long as they are good, they're in a good position or maybe make a good run. Achenbach doesn't have that yet. What he does is when he sees spaces, he tries to exploit the spaces by driving into those spaces. And even when his teammates are again in a better position to receive the ball and help us progress the ball to a point where we do some damage, he's not quite there yet. I don't even what's his name, the more experienced Tosin, not able to fulfill that role in the manner that Colwell did when he was again still fit. But I hope you get the point. But go ahead, what you were saying.
Yeah, coach, I get the point. But coach, if last season we play against Brighton away, I think it was a Premier League, and pairing Tosin with Chaluba is not good. They don't. I mean,
But do we
They
have
don't turn up good when you
but do we
put the
have
two
two
teams
other
together.
options?
Yes, we have option. You start with a champion. We play with Crystal Palace. He was okay. Continue with him. That is my problem. Just
And he
continue with
did
him.
well.
Continue with him. Let Tosin. Yeah, he did very well. He was able to, come up against this Mateta and all that. He did very well. Just continue with him. That is how Hansi Flick gave this guy chance. Their defender. Oh, what is his name again? Barcelona. And he's now, doing good. Just let him continue for hey, you just start him from. You just can't bring Tosin in. Tosin is very slow. Tosin is very, very slow. So you can't compare Tosin with Chaluba. I'm sorry, but it's been like that, and then I don't know if the board, and the board and Marisa can decide to call Disasi back. It can help. It can help. We really did. Yesterday we missed Cowell a lot. His aggression and his leadership at the back, we really missed him. We missed him seriously.
Let
So
me ask you
maybe
this quick.
that's why
Yeah.
I said Marisa overthink things.
Let me ask you this quickly.
Yeah, yeah.
The loss against Bayern. Do you think that's it? We're not going to be able to make it out of the league phase of the Champions League.
No, 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 coach. Even yesterday when we were two down, I was still believing maybe we can come out with a win or a draw. I am not. No,
And we
I am
could
not.
have
I'm
had
not.
it
I'm
not been
not
for the
thinking
silly
that or feeling that.
mistakes.
Yeah, we are the one gave them the three goals, and Hurricane is very good striker. So
Yeah.
I think we are going to make it through the stage. We are going far. I remember we played with Bayern. I think when Frank Lampard, his first Champions League, we faced Bayern. We always face anytime we find ourselves in the Champions League, we face a tough place. We have faced Bayern when Frank Lampard was around. They scored us. I think they scored us. Was it four at the bridge or something like that? And then when I think we will go far. I still believe in this team. I believe in them so much, and I know being the world champion is not just by luck. They will learn. This is some of them their first Champions League, and they will make those mistakes. So we will learn from that.
And I'd
From
rather
that.
we lose now than at the critical stage of the competition when maybe we we we've won like 10 games and then feel like we're nothing that nothing will lead to us losing any games. I think I'm happy that it happened now. As a manager, as he said himself,
Yeah, and
has a lot to learn. Yeah. All right.
yeah,
Let me.
yeah, he will
Yeah.
learn. He will learn. It's just that
Definitely.
he sometimes overthink things too much.
I don't,
So he's going to learn.
in all honesty, that game against Bayern, he didn't overthink anything, in my opinion. There are
No,
factors we
coach, he
talked.
made he
Yeah,
made he made a sub too. He made a sub too late. He made those subs too
I
late.
mean, I can agree. Yeah, that was too late. Could have done that early on in the game, at least. Actually, 47th minute of 48. Maybe his trust on the more established players led to him not bringing on the youngsters we had on the bench, like even Estavo. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Let's see, injuries, long season, international duties, all have piled up. João Pedro looked completely tired last night. Same with Neto. The manager
Yeah.
needs to see through how he overcomes this. It's difficult, and we're at the period where the games are coming in thick and fast. We play every 3 days, I think at most 4 days. So I think we just have to find a way. I'm not sure how that's going to happen. Yeah, this is. I think this is the most accurate a comment that I've seen with regards to the reason why we haven't looked the same. Yeah, after the Club World Cup, since the start of the season, actually. I get it, we've won 2 games due to, you can argue, yeah, in all those games we've looked poor. Not because we don't have quality. We had quality. Our best players were on the pitch and during those games. Yet we struggled. Um, that reflects the fact that yeah, something isn't quite right. And you could argue this is the most accurate comment with regards to why we've struggled since the start of the season. And I'm going to say this again. For me, it'd be correct to say we're still in our preseason, but Enzo Maresca is tactically equipped enough to approach the games in a manner, even though we're not at our best, we're not losing games right front and center. So this is, I love this comment really. And Chama Dalo, once again, nice to see you. I do hope you're doing what Chama says. They will definitely learn from this. I agree. I agree, and I'm happy that yeah, it happened now. We got Maresca help when we got him. Sa, okay, but Maresca and the Estes decided to send him back to France and Anselmino to Dortmund. That's another thing to look at and ask the question: what were we doing? What exactly were we doing when we let these two players? And look at Anselmino in the game. One of the games he played for Dortmund. Yeah, before I think he's out now with an injury. He was brilliant for them, putting in tackles, well timed tackles actually. And when I watched him, I was
We
like,
always have that.
yeah, and I was like asking the question, why did we send him out on loan? Maybe down to the fact that we have an idealistic manager, which simply, for me, it simply means before you get to be a starter in his team, it takes some time to learn the way he wants you to apply yourself whenever you're on the pitch for the team. So I think that made it difficult for those newcomers to properly integrate into the team and stay. So there are, when you look at the fact that we had Anselmino, send him out on loan, we had Sa, we sent him out on loan to Strasbourg. Yeah, then we shouldn't be questioning the sporting directors, in my opinion, actually, because those players, Sa, very young, but an excellent defender too, and he has uh, good, good, decent passing. Let me just stick with decent passing range. So I don't think it makes sense to actually to blame the sporting directors and the fact that the players, two players that we've talked about right now, were sent out on loan. Down, again, both down to Maresca saying yeah, they can all both go out on loan. So I don't think it's correct to actually blame the sporting directors. And Casado is very overworked. I agree. And if we're not careful, he might end up like Kante. We destroyed Kante by overplaying him. I agree. You could argue the same thing for Mason Mount. And Salmino needs time and care. He's suffering a recurring injury problem, I heard. Was it? I think it was about a muscle injury I read online or so, but I can't quite remember. Kevin Morella said, Kachila, honestly, Enzo is tired. We are overusing Caicedo. A lot of players, I don't, again, in our last game, even before the Bayern game, in our last Premier League game, did come across as tired. And I told people on the day, even João Pedro did come across as tired, even though he did well on the day and got a very good rating. We don't have stability. I think we have stability right now. The factors, again, we've talked about that are probably contributing to the way we've been playing since the start of the season is down to the fact that yeah, we had a prolonged season, usually again, a usually long season, it stretched into the period when the players, you can say, could have gone out, could have gone on breaks after the season, but they didn't. And we made it to the final of the Club World Cup. That also didn't help. We only had two preseason games. That's also a factor. So for me, but no excuses here. We still, you get the point. It's difficult. So in essence, was practically in our preseason right now. Enzo is so relaxed in the middle. He cannot. Caicedo couldn't match Bayern's midfield. You could argue that to the fact, yeah, he's overworked. Big up to you to the Prince is here. Nice to see you, Chelsea family. We need to tell ourselves the truth. There are some players in the team that doesn't give coach options, especially Fofana, Lavia, and Badia. Sheila, you could argue three of them are part-time players, hardly ever fit. They don't stay fit for long. They recover, play 5 minutes on the pitch, and then get injured again. So Maresca's tactics cannot be adjusted with the profiles available at centre back. It can, yeah, it can actually, but Colwell's profile is a very, you could say, very important to his preferred approach. I think he's proven that he can do things differently, not once, not twice, a lot of times actually, because the truth remains the way we play depends on on our opposition on the day. And and we've debunked, you can say, the narrative that he's a one trick pony, one dimensional manager. He's not. He's definitely not that. If he was, I think, yeah, I don't need. I wouldn't. Again, I don't think I will need to. There'd be. You could say there'd be samples of, again, justifiable. You could say reasons. How do I phrase this to get my point across effectively? If he was a one-dimensional manager, I think by now a lot of people would know. Wouldn't be something that you see only when we lose games, or maybe draw games. So he's not one trick pony. He changes things on almost all the time. The board knew that there's going to be a problem when Colwell got injured. By that time, should have gone world class CB, which every fan, all our fans were clamoring for. Kirsten, something I'm going to say quickly: finding the exact profile that we lost when Okowa got injured was never going to be easy. We weren't just looking for a CV; we were looking for a like for like CV, and at the time there weren't too many available. Even those that were available at the time, yeah, had we gone for those names, I don't think we'd be able to sign them. It's really that simple. Let's see, but Tosin was not at fault for it. I'm not blaming him for any of the goals. I'm just saying, and you've heard me. If you, again, if you started listening from the start of the show, I've asked the two. I did ask Jay himself when he was on the panel if we lost the game because we had a bad defensive line, and the answer is no. Yeah, one error was an own goal, which happens. The other one, you could say penalty, which could have been avoided, but Casado probably, because he was mentally tired, had to go for the ball the way he did. And I think he got the foot of the man before he got the ball. The other one, a back pass that clearly, an assist to an opposition player that clearly showed him that mentally Gusto was tired. So,
Yeah, Kochila, i- we lost the game. We lost the game because the whole team, they were tired. They were tired, but defenders contributed to it too. They contributed a whole lot to it because
what, but
if Gusto,
would you say we lost solely down to defensive errors? I'd say no. But go ahead, let's hear your opinion.
yeah, no, I will not say that. Okay, we lost solely because of defender said error. If you watch the game last night, it wasn't the Chelsea that play against PSG. Let me just stop saying this because
The energy
PSG
wasn't
game
there.
has gone. Yes, the energy wasn't there. We were so sloppy, so tired. PSG was even tossing ball around, and we were running around the pitch like headless chicken, all those things. I was like, what is going on? Because we didn't uh, we didn't go all out to that game because PSG, Bayern Munich was everywhere in the pitch. They were everywhere in the pitch, controlling the game, going front, and defending so well. But while our players were so reluctant, so lazy to mark, Bayern Munich was holding the ball. Like they even had the ball like up to 5 to 6 minutes, while our players was running around all the pitch, couldn't make any meaningful marking. I was so frustrated yesterday.
Here's
So
where here's where that's a serious issue. If tiredness is the issue, question is, where's your struggle? The truth is, where's your struggle? Why? Because there's no space to recover. I'm not sure how we're going to do it. Um, because the games are coming in thick and fast. We have looked at our schedule. We did look at our schedule yesterday. I think at most 4 days between games. We play every 3 days. So if tiredness is the issue, then things might actually get a bit uglier before it gets better.
And another thing is the way coach approached the game, putting James to the midfield. I don't think that okay it worked for you against Bayern, against PSG will make it work for you in every other big game. You know, Rich James is a good right back, an excellent one in that for that matter. So it doesn't mean that okay, I put him inside, I put him as a midfield against PSG. Okay, let me put him in that same midfield against Bayern Munich. He will perform so well as he performed against PSG. No, put him in his right place. He will perform well. If he had played Rich James in that right back, that error from Gusto wouldn't have happened. It doesn't mean that okay, Rich James, okay, you put him in the midfield, he will help the midfield. But yesterday he didn't help the midfield. The midfield was so porous. PSG, Bayern Munich was so all over us, controls the midfield. They played with us. They just tossed the ball around. We were running around the field. So that's it. Coach supposed to know that okay, it worked for this person doesn't mean that it will work for this person. That's
Did
just
you
it.
did you remember when somebody was saying, I don't remember what one of the panelists said yesterday, and I told them football doesn't work like that. They were, I think they were saying, did say something to the effect of PSG beating Bayern and us beating PSG, that we're definitely going to beat Bayern. And I told the person on the panel that it doesn't work like that. But I'm concerned, not because I don't trust the manager, I trust the manager. Not because we don't have quality, we have quality. But if it comes down to the fact that those of our players who participated in the Club World Cup are tired, exhausted, or maybe burned out, whatever language, I'm not sure what's the most accurate there, then we're in trouble. If we have to rely on mainly the new signings, who you could argue aren't quite there yet, because the last game we started newcomers on the left hand side, Gittins and Hato. Uh, they did come across as out of place. In all honesty, I believe that yeah, the Club World Cup, you could say toll is a factor, but losing the way we did is the reason I'm pained.
Uh, yeah, the thing is that the another thing is this. I will not say okay, put all okay, because they are tired. I don't think that we should be saying that okay, we lost because we are tired or something. I
But
think that
but here's the
maybe
thing, Victor.
we
Can I
lost.
say this quickly? Tiredness can actually
Okay,
impair your judgment. That's a fact. Tiredness
but
can impair your judgment, and you could argue tiredness was the reason why Gusto actually said to Harry Kane, "Hey, take this, score against us." Of course, I exaggerated, but you get the point. Tiredness is the reason you make such mistake. It's a
because
factor. It can
no,
impair
no,
your judgment. Yeah, go ahead.
Coach, I can't agree with you on this. The thing when tiredness cannot make you okay, yeah, tiredness can make you do that, and also when you are under pressure, it can make you do a short mistake too. You know, our players, our defenders, Bayern Munich, they were pressing us. They were pressing us so badly. They were pressing us, and when you are under pressure, you can make mistakes. That's what happened yesterday. The pressure does. They
Well,
were all of
how much pressure was Malo Gusto on?
I can't tell you, I can't describe how the thing is, but
That's
I
the
can tell you that
thing.
okay,
I
that
don't think. Listen, I think he was. I'm not saying that definitely he made that again such an error because yeah he was tired. But I'm saying that's a mistake. Could have easily been down to the fact that he was mentally tired, because the truth remains tiredness. I'm gonna keep clamoring this can impair your judgment, your reasoning, however you want to phrase it. But the fact remains that I'm going to come back to what I said the moment this show started. We lost to them the way we did, not down to the facts that we were poor on the day. We were not as good as we believe, as we know we can be. But we gifted them 3 goals. It was just as if we're saying, yeah, just beat us. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, that's just it. I don't have much to say again because we have lost the game. We have lost it. The only thing is that okay, let's learn from it and move because what I will not accept is going to Old Trafford and lose again. That's the last thing. That's the last thing I will like. I will take from this this crop of players. I want okay. Let's learn from it. We have lost this game. Okay, we have lost it. Let's move to Old Trafford and win convincingly. That's just it.
I mean, it's a possibility, but there's no guarantee it happens because football is played over 90 minutes plus added time. If tiredness was really the reason why we, I know it's a factor, but if what that was the main reason why we behaved the way we did, gifted them 3 goals, then yeah, be rest assured we're not getting a good result at Old Trafford. But I think rotation would be key. If I were the manager, I'd make a lot of changes. Make sure I start rested players. Then, if need be, I'll bring on the big guns on the day. But dang it, if tiredness was a factor, then we're in trouble because we're practically. Let me go back again and look at it. We'll be playing every 3 days, at most 4 days for the rest of the month. Yeah. So if tiredness was a factor, then we're in deep doo doo, honestly. And I don't think it's over because we lost to Bayern. No, we still have 7 games to go. And if you win 5 out of those 7 games, we'll have 15 points. Just like the Demonite is saying here, you only need 15 points to make it to the next round. People saying that we wouldn't make it past the group stage are talking nonsense. And I agree. I think we can actually get more than 15 points. Yeah, we have 8 games to earn how many? 15 points. Let's see. Is it 8 games next? Okay, yeah. The Prince, our defense cannot take us anywhere sincerely, but the fact remains we didn't lose that game because we had a bad defensive line. We lost because we gifted them 3 goals, irrespective. Yeah, and I agree. Our defense isn't perfect, but I think it'd be wrong to say we lost to them because yeah, we had a bad defensive line against them. Neto yesterday. That's the thing. That's the reason why a lot of people are saying chances are he was tired. Sometimes Kant is saying sometimes you cannot do anything about the own goal situation. It's sheer bad luck. No player goes to yeah, gets on the pitch, yeah, and thinking he wants to do that. It just happens. Chalobah is doing great. He's been excellent. He's been one of our best defenders this season, and I'm not going to change that because he scored an own goal. Reese is not a midfielder. Why is that all of a sudden an issue? But it was a masterstroke against PSG in the final. Look, there are other reasons why we lost. Not because Reese played in the midfield. And here's something that I really don't like about our fan base. Had we won that game, even by a goal, let's say by a goal to nothing, I don't think anybody would be mentioning Reese playing in the midfield. That's one of the things I don't like about our fans. Honestly, that's one of the things I don't like about our fan base. Had we won, nobody would be talking about Reece James playing in the midfield. But because we lost, and I'm not surprised, we drew our last game, and you should hear the sort of thing our fans were saying on the day. But that's my opinion anyway, and people are entitled to their respective opinions. Reece James is in the midfield. All of a sudden, it's an issue because we lost to Bayern. Was Reece James playing in the midfield the reason why we lost to them? No. Maybe if you tell me why start Reece James when we had Andreas Santos on the bench, then I say okay, yeah, maybe yeah, it would have You can say we could have been better off had we had the manager started Andreas Santos rather than Reece James in the midfield. But saying just going by Reece James is not a midfielder for me, I don't like to listen to such argument because the truth remains, had we won that game, nobody would be talking about Reece James playing in the midfield or not. It's a muscle problem, Chiba, but they are saying it's the same recurring injury he's been suffering from since he was young. Wow. But he started very well, and they were singing in praises and all that. We should have gotten a Piero Hincapi, yeah, on loan. But listen, let's also say this once more. Some of them, again, we were again, there were limitations to what we were able to do during the transfer window because of the issue we had with UEFA. Does Achimpong and Hato should have played? I think the manager have to rotate, and you have to go back, pay attention to how many games will be playing until October 4th. I think the most 4 days. Every 3 days we play. And are all difficult games. Maresca called for a defender and the SDs refused. You're just making up SHIT. And then Maresca during his next presser said, yeah, we're looking in-house. Even if they had a meeting with him and convinced him to say that, he agreed. Yeah. If we are tired, as everybody say, already in the season, yeah, because we didn't have a proper preseason, that's an issue. And then the Club World Cup told, then we are in for, yeah, exactly, we're in trouble. It's not going to be for the entirety of the season. Again, well, like it's if that's the case, then this is more like our preseason. I think eventually things would change, but it's not looking good if in fact tiredness was a factor. Coaching tiredness issue. There are young guys with a lot of energy. What tiredness? Maybe it's the experience needed to learn on better recovery. Maybe, possibly. Running a show while we're still sleeping. Just go back to work and leave me alone. Our transaction from back was so slow. Slow transition, you mean? Oh, is that? Okay. All right. I'm gonna come to you, Emo. Let's hear your thoughts. What happened? Your point of view. Let's hear you.
Good morning, everyone. Good
Good morning
morning,
to you
coach.
too.
Yeah, sadly, I didn't watch the game yesterday. I couldn't turn in for the game because I had a job. Um, I was occupied till 10, I think 10 p.m. So I couldn't watch the game. So I can't really say for sure. I can't really say since I didn't watch, but I saw I tuned it, I went into AI score when the game was at 90 plus minutes and saw that we were losing. The first thing I saw was Chalobah own goal. I was like, oh no. Well, like I said before, our defense might, our defense could cost us the game. And apparently, it turned out not to be just a defense, but we made mistakes from what I'm hearing. But I didn't see the game, so I can't really say much. But that aside, we have 8 games to go. We have 8 games to go. We have enough games to pick our maximum points from. On, on the- we have enough games to pick maximum points from. So look away from this. It's one of those. We lost 3-1. Flamingo can tell the stories.
Yeah. Let's say I get it, memes and all that. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but the truth remains it
Yeah,
happened just in time. It's not too late. Do you
that
think Arsenal?
coach,
Yeah, go
coach.
ahead.
Sorry to cut you. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. My major concern is with recruitment. Sometimes, if you can remember, like 2 3 seasons ago, what we really needed was strength in the attack, precise attackers. But we kept going for defenders, defenders. That's when we kept scouting defenders, keep signing defenders, and it felt like we were just gambling whichever one works at the end of the day. It was basically just defensive minded players. Now we need the defenders because we now have the attackers, but we keep going for attacking options. Look, I've always said it. Whenever we see a lineup, whenever I see a possible lineup for any game, from last year to this season and going, each time I see a lineup for any game, a potential lineup before the official lineup, and I keep
Mm.
seeing Fofana there, it pisses me a lot. It pisses me. This is why. This player we know is constantly injured. So when he's fit and is declared to play, I still do not want him in the lineup. That's because you're not guaranteed anything with him. He's a good player, yes, but he's a good player. He's a good player. We know. Can he play? No. Why can't he play? Because of injuries. So we keep throwing him there. That's why pre-match when we're talking about this particular game, I kept on. I when you hear me talk about the back line, you won't hear me mention Fofana coming in for anybody. I kept stressing on the fact that Fofana is constantly injured. You don't know what to expect from him. So personally, I looked at last season. The reason why we finished last season strong. Yes, we started shaky along the line. We picked up and then things just went sideways again. I can tell you, it's what we probably may face a similar thing this season. And this season we still have a lot more games to play compared to last season. This is why I'm saying this because the recruitment we had last season, to me, was not enough. And then at some point, we loaned out players that could be of importance to us, like loaning out the likes of Joao Felix. I know he was not consistent with the rest of that, but you need those extra legs. Now, see now, we have lots of games to play. And if not that some transfers did not go through, we would have loaned out a lot of other players would have loaned out a lot of other players. So basically, we'll be left without too many options. And then a few players start getting injured and we're back to square one. It doesn't just make any sense. This is irrespective of the Bayern game anyway. I'm not using the Bayern game as a yardstick to criticize anything. No, we we will not. We will certainly not win every game this season. Yes, we know that. Even in the league, we will not win every game and we will not draw every game. We'll pick points, we'll drop points. Every team would basically in the group stage of this Champions League, even Bayern may lose a game. Not me. Bayern could lose games as well. So it's there for the taking for every two clubs involved. So basically
It's not the end
that's
of
it.
the world.
No,
And
it's not.
for me,
I
it
just
happened
get
just
tired
in
of the
time.
fans when they talk sometimes.
Yeah. And let me just read what the manager says here. I'll catch up with what we have in the chat and we'll bring up Bobby to hear his opinion. The manager says here, Enzo Maresca says, I have the feeling that we can build something special from this defeat against Bayern. We
I
can
like that
learn,
when I saw it.
yes, we can learn a lot from the game, but we show we can compete. We competed. It wasn't the worst performances. It wasn't the best. It
Ah,
wasn't the worst. And the difference, I must say, was that we handed them the win. We said, please beat us. That's because if you go rewatch the I've watched that game 1,000 times. PSG had the opportunity to score before us. But the difference
yeah,
between
yeah.
that game and this one
That's
is
an
that, yeah,
opportunity.
they took their chances. And these are chances we presented to them on a platter. And I can assure you, I'm just saying this. This is not new. This is something I've paid attention to. It's a pattern. The moment we lose a game, the moment we lose a game, it's watch people become experts at the reason why we lost that particular game. Mentioning this could have made a difference, signing that particular player could have made a difference. But if we win, a lot of those people are not going to look beyond the win to see
What
issues.
we
Just
need and
like,
what we don't.
yeah, exactly. And I'm going to say this once again, rest his soul, Roger. When Potter was our manager, we won 5 games in a row. It was I and Roger, and who again at the time were telling people, no, we're winning. We've won 5 in a row, but there's problem here. I'm not that, and I'm just saying this. I'm not saying we were the best team on the night that again that we could have won or maybe we're supposed to. I'm just saying the mistakes we made, clearly the reason we lost. Chalobah, I wouldn't call it a mistake. An own goal is an own goal. But had it been
Yeah,
for that alone, the game could have ended 1-1. This brother here is asking me, do I think the Arsenal will win the EPL Cup this season? I still want to see more. If I'm going by what I've seen so far, I'd say no. I get it. They have 1,000 defenders. Gyökeres have arrived. But something I've noticed about Gyökeres quickly, if he cannot bully the defenders he's playing against, he doesn't score that much. And the EPL is not the Portuguese league. But right now, I'm not going to say for certain where they will finish. I need to see them even more. For 3 seasons, I've been able to predict that, yeah, they weren't going to win the league. And I get the argument, 86 points, won it for a certain time, a certain time. Times have changed. If you're not good enough to win it at this time, you're not good enough. It's really that simple. What do you have to say about yesterday's officiating? To an extent, poor. It didn't help, but I don't want to start making excuses that the referee was the sole reason why we lost. No, there are multitude of reasons. A lot of reasons a lot of stuff that when you look at them, definitely a factor. As you said, I'm sorry, coach, but there's no reason for Gusto to be tired. He's been well rested. He did travel for international break. I'm just saying. Remember, when I talked about tiredness, how tiredness can impair your judgment, I didn't say that was the reason why he made that mistake. I just said, yeah, it's a possibility. He's been well rested. Does he need 2 weeks before? It could be down to, you can say, the size of the occasion. But I just said it can also lead to someone making such mistake. Okay. Okay, let's see. If she says, I understand the other guys in the squad being about Gusto. No, yeah. Excellent point. I agree. If Colwell is key to transition from back to the front, why didn't we get Hincapi or Goehi? Goehi cannot fulfill the Colwell role. Maybe Hincapi, definitely. Goehi, no. Goehi is more of a traditional CB. And Salmino, possibly, maybe that's the case. But does he have that sort of passing range and vision? I don't think so. I think what I've seen so far from him is that he's an excellent tackler. He reads the game very well. His position in the box, he's a good box defender too. When was the last time we subbed off Caicedo to get a rest? Yeah, we haven't. And remember, what was the game that I told people that even Pedro Neto did come across as tired? Terrible squad planning again. I hope Maresca figures it out. I think he will figure it out. It's not the end of the world, and I'm just happy once again that what happened now. But here's the thing: I'm still concerned. If tiredness was a factor, then we are in deep doo because the games are coming in thick and fast. It's really that simple. But quickly, let me get Bobby's opinion because soon I will leave the panel. I'm not sure who's going to help me. You can say continue with the show while I help my boys get ready for school. Bobby, let's hear your thoughts on why we lost the game. Oh, why we lost? Yeah.
Coach, I know you don't want to talk to me.
No,
I
why
know
wouldn't
you
I want to
don't
talk
want
to
to
you?
talk
I
to
want to
me.
talk to you. Actually, I've been waiting for you because I know
Look,
what you're gonna say, and I want us to have again. You can say a civil. You could argue civilized
we
debate on your point. But go ahead.
we you see, when you have I two things I want to get out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, the officiating that is consistently lined up against Chelsea is getting to a point where it's absolutely, unacceptable, and we'll probably have to now be mitigating for that in our tactics.
Mm-hmm.
Bad decisions. Two, I agree with whoever posted poor squad planning again. All this talk of, oh, centre backs this, centre backs that, oh, this, that, and a third. It's absolute nonsense. If you don't have the physicality and technicality
Okay, can you pause?
for
Can you pause? Can you pause?
for
Let me ask
no,
you
let
this.
me land.
No,
You
no, let
let,
me
I know
ask you
you
this
don't want to
before you
hear
move
from
too
me.
far. You said
You don't want to
physicality, and
hear
I
from
was
me.
waiting for that. Bobby,
Yes,
was physicality a factor in that loss? It wasn't
it
in
was.
any way.
It
Was
was.
physicality
Yeah,
the
you
reason
that's why I say
why
you don't want to hear
Chalobah
from me.
scored an own goal? It
Yes,
wasn't.
it
Was
was.
physicality
It
the
was.
reason why Caicedo committed again did what he did that led to us conceding a penalty?
It was.
No. Was
It was.
physicality the reason why Malo
It
Gusto
was.
passed the ball
It
to
was.
to No, it wasn't.
Let
It
me
wasn't.
let me
Physicality
explain. You're not
wasn't
going
the
to let me
issue.
talk. That's
But go
why I say
ahead.
you don't want to hear from me.
No, no, go
So
ahead, Bobby. Go ahead.
we lost the midfield. Why did we lose the midfield? Physicality and technicality. If you put your centre backs under the level of pressure Chelsea centre backs have to be under. They are responsible for defensive work. They are responsible for defensive midfield work. They're up, they're down. They can't stay in position. Why? Because of physicality. Enzo Fernandez should be coming off the bench. He's not on form. Since the beginning of the season, he's been out of form. Now we have two little guys in the middle. There's no other top club that has that. The Arsenal defense is strong. Why? Because their midfield are two big, tall, strong guys that help protect them. Liverpool has McCarthy, I've forgotten his name now, but they have Slobbersley beside him, little and large. Every single top team. Look at Bayern today. They had this, forgotten the name of that guy. They had one tall guy in the middle and then another little guy. And then the flanks were well physically stocked. We struggled. Please, what the hell are we buying Garnacho for? Garnacho was an unnecessary purchase. Chelsea should
Why?
have.
Can you tell me why, Bobby? Can you
He's
tell
not
me why
good enough.
Garnacho?
He's not
Elaborate.
good enough.
Why
He's
you
not
think
big
what
enough.
has he how many
He's
games
not
has he played?
direct enough. I've seen enough. He's not big
No, no,
enough.
Bobby,
He's not
here's the
good
thing.
enough. He's not
With all
direct
due
enough. And I
respect,
have seen
with
enough.
all due respect, Bobby, I think you're just not your
I know you don't
opinions
want to
right
hear from
now.
me.
I hope you don't take it personal. Is this probably driven by the fact that we lost that game? And
Yes,
I'm quite sure you were the same person that's
yes,
saying the
yes.
Bayern that they were afraid of us, given what.
Yes,
Yeah, hold on, can I finish? Given what Vincent Company was saying online, do I
yeah.
think we played well? No. Do I think, yeah, we did enough to win? I'd say no. But the fact that we gifted them 3 goals and you're still telling me that physicality was the reason why we lost, come on, Bobby. It's become a pattern now. Every time we lose
Yeah,
a game,
it's a
even if we
pattern.
have Andre the Giant in every position, you still come and say we lost because of
Yes,
physicality.
it's a pattern because it's not being addressed.
No,
We keep
physicality
going
wasn't the
back
reason
to
why we
the
lost to
same.
Bayern. But
We
go
keep
ahead,
we
Bobby.
keep going back to the same situation until you address a problem. The problem is going to be there, living large and in your face. We lack the physical dominance
You
of
haven't
teams.
explained, Bobby.
What do you
Chalobah's on
explain?
goal, was it down to physicality? Lack
I've
of
told you,
physicality?
yes.
How?
When the midfield is dormant and the defense comes under all the
Did you
pressure,
remember the
mistakes are
incident
going
that
to be
led to
made.
that cross in the first place?
Well, that was a stupid
Did you remember the
referee
incident
decision anyway.
from a
The
dead ball? Exactly.
the
So
the
why is that?
referee
Why are you still saying that
because
physicality was
we
the
stood
reason
soft.
why
They ran
he
off to
made
the
that
flanks.
mistake?
There was nobody on the flanks to challenge. Was it Olise that put the ball in? And that
And
was it. And then
physicality was
and
the
then the
reason why. And
midfield, the
can I?
centre backs
Okay,
come under
Bobby, let's
pressure.
take it bit by bit. Let's take it bit by bit. We're not fighting.
We are.
I asked you the question. Did you remember the incident that led to Olise putting in that cross in the first place? It was a dead ball situation, wasn't it?
Well, the referee just gave the ball to them.
So
It was
and
a
then
drop ball situation.
then you're still arguing that it was due to lack of physicality that we considered that goal. And I asked you specifically, was lack of physicality the reason why Chalobah scored an own goal? And you said yes.
Yes.
You're confusing me. And I
Listen
asked
to
you,
my
was
explanation
physicality
then.
the reason why Caicedo
Listen.
considered the penalty? You said
Yes.
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 That's confusing me. How was that lack
Listen.
of physicality?
Listen to my explanation. If the midfielders were physically astute enough to protect the defense, all those scenarios would not come to be. There would be a layer before it gets to the defense. Why that goal came through was that a ball was crossed and the centre backs were left wanting. You could argue Sorry, Tosin should have cleared it first. No matter whatever your arguments are, you're blaming the centre backs for what happened in front of them. Why does it happen like that in front of them? Because the midfield is full of chasms. There are huge gaps. Why? Enzo Fernandez is nowhere to be seen. Reece James, okay, I was in favour of him being in midfield because he's a sturdy guy and he's got a very good eye for a pass. I think they sussed that out and they played around him. Fair enough. But had we had a mobile, physical guy, I've been saying this, and this is why I keep repeating myself. Rather than play Enzo, do you know who my midfield three would be? Because I would play a three at this point. I would play Santos, put Enzo on the bench, leave Caicedo in the center, and put Josh Achimpong as
Okay,
your DM.
do I agree with you? Yes, but I disagree, and I'm still going to be screaming that till tomorrow. Physicality was never a factor on the day. If you're
Well,
saying
let's go
maybe
into
if you're
another
saying
aspect of the
fitness,
physicality thing.
then I'll start listening to you.
Let's
But if
let's
you say
go into let's go into another aspect of the physicality thing. Let's leave the defense, leave the midfield, and move into the attack. Now,
why haven't you explained why physicality was the reason
I've
why we
explained, but
considered
you're
those
not
goals?
listening. You're not listening, so I've moved on.
Go
I've
ahead, Bobby.
told you why numerous times. I've told you the solution. I've told you what the problem is. I've mentioned the chasms in midfield. I've mentioned the culprits, the chief culprit being Enzo Fernandez. He can't actually tackle. He can't retain the ball. He can't pass properly. He is slow. He's just not that guy at this moment. Now, my midfield three, I've told you, Andre Santos at the head, Caicedo in the middle, Achipong, DM. That is enough. You have your physicality from Achipong and height. You have the strength from Caicedo and the strength from uh, Santos.
And you're
That
saying
would,
had we gone with those players you mentioned that we wouldn't have lost the game.
I believe so. I really believe so. I think. Look, Bayern was scared. They were scared of us. They were surprised that they were gifted so much fortune. They were scared of us. Even in the second half, they were scared of us. It was only after the third goal that Gusto gave away. We all know he has a blonde moment in him every now and then. It was only after that they started getting a bit of confidence. But what did they do? They started playing tactically, defense. They went for a low block because they know we struggle with that. And now I'm coming to
But
my
but
attack
Bobby,
issue.
I'm gonna leave in a bit, and I'm handing over to you and the rest of the panelists until I come back. But I'm gonna say this
Well,
quickly. I'm gonna say
I'm
this quickly.
I'm not a good panel lead unless I'm
No,
well
we
prepared.
have Victor there. We still have Emo there. You guys can have fun. I'll jump back, and I really want to debate you on this
Let
physicality of a thing. As much as
Yes,
I
you
don't
won't let
think,
me land.
just
Oh,
quickly,
so
because I want to leave now, if you don't mind. You know, I'm not
so
like that. I
so
just want to say quickly, Bobby.
so you
We've
drop
talked
bombs
about this
and run
before.
away,
No.
and
I'll come back. I
I
have to help
can't
my boys
respond.
get ready for school. I've said this before. We're not the most physical. We're not the least physical either. And I don't think physicality will end up being the reason why we don't win anything this
Where did
season.
you
If we
think
end
so?
up not winning anything, it won't be down to lack of physicality.
It will.
Physicality wasn't the reason why we lost to Bayern. And we've talked
It
about this
will.
1,000 times, and I had to
You
ask
got
you,
you
do
got
you want
people
us to
like
sign
Ghana.
giants in every position before you be
No,
all right?
I want physically capable players. Alejandro Garnacho, nonsense, absolute trash.
That's
He
just
does
your
nothing.
opinion because you don't like him.
You're there, dilly dallying. You dribble here, dribble that. You can't shoot.
Bobby,
You
can I
can't
make a
cross.
point? Can I
When
make
you
a point
cross, who
clear?
you crossing to?
Can I make a point clear? You know I love you. We're not fighting. There's actually a thin line between dehumanizing someone, the
Oh
way you
God.
mention how they are vertically challenged. There's a thin line between. Yeah, honestly,
Oh
it's not a joke.
no, no. It's not. Look, this is football. This is football. It
All
is
right,
what it
you
is.
guys go
I
ahead. I'll be
mean,
right back in a
remember
bit.
remember when we had Kepa in goal and his wingspan was a problem with him stopping long range shots.
But yours has
And
become an obsession, Bobby. The way you even
no,
sometimes you even call them. I think you used the
because
term
it's not being
dwarfs
addressed.
or
Midgets, I call them midgets.
midgets. Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It's
Hang
not
on, let me
okay,
answer
really.
this call.
Honestly.
No, if people get offended with it, that's a different thing. But the reality is, this is a significant problem with the team. Let me, since you're not there, I'll let somebody else talk because I've got a call I'm responding to briefly.
All right, bro. No, Victor, no. Victor, are you there? No, no connection. Not connected.
So, guys, I don't know who's there. It's all quiet at the moment. Where's Coach? He's gone. Coach has gone.
Yeah, yeah, he's gone. I was
So,
reading the comment.
so he's missed my attack on Alejandro Garnacho, and I will continue attacking ineffective players. Look, I said this on Tobago's stream, right?
Bobby, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can
Can you
hear
hear
you
me?
very well. I can hear you very, very well.
Yeah, but attacking, you attacking Ganacho. Do you think is okay at this moment because he has only featured in just two games? Can you
I
judge him
I
because of two games?
I
Not
think
even
it's
a
okay.
starter, just a substitute.
Why I think it's okay is that you can always tell a player's impact. It doesn't take time. It takes a few minutes for you to understand what a player's about. And as I see him, he's not going to be the answer to our problems. He's just going to be somebody that's going to be there. That's all. And we don't need a player that's just going to be there. We need impact. As I said on Tobago's stream last night, we should have gone all out for Morgan Rogers. I never understood the Garnacho nonsense. I don't understand it to this day. I don't think he's that guy. Really, he has to prove me wrong. I think he's more of a liability than an asset. Now,
But
yesterday wasn't Neto's day. If there's one player I think indeed may have been tired was Neto because he's played 90 minutes of every game we've had since the Club World Cup. Um, because he's the only winger we really have, only effective winger we have. And yesterday he wasn't effective and he needed somebody to come and take over. And what did we do? We brought on Garnacho. That
Maybe,
wasn't good enough.
but maybe he was played out of position.
He was played on the left, whereas he's best on the right, but we had to do that to accommodate Palmer on the right, and I thought it was a good thing. And he's played on the left before. I just think he was fatigued a bit. The substitution I would have made would have been Esteval for
Esteban,
on the left for Neto. I think that would have been far more effective than having Garnacho come on and just do nothing. We have a problem down the middle because Jao Pedro, bless him for all his skill and ability, he's not the battering ram that we had when we had uh, uh, Liam Delap fit. So that's a problem. I was toying with the idea of thinking maybe we should now start experimenting with Gui, because Gui, although he lacks that physicality of Dilap, Gui is a hustler. You know, he will hustle, he'll battle, he'll harass the centre backs, which Jao Pedro is not that good at doing. Jao Pedro is actually a number 10 and not a number 9. He's a supporting striker, and that's just the reality. So that area, my whole view of this is that the physical and technical side of the game, we got it wrong. We should have started out knowing that we're playing a very, very, very good team in Bayern, but a team that was scared of us. Bayern were afraid. If we had scored first, I dread this to think for them what would have happened. In fact, I believe to this day that if we'd scored first, we would have beaten them. Their mentality in coming into this game wasn't right, and they relied a lot on their deadly front three, and that's what saved them. Olise, Diaz, and Harry Kane.
When
Yeah,
I talk about their attack and compare them to our defense, if you ask me, personally, this is for me. Our defense is not all that. Look, we have Chalobah, yes. If we can, besides Chalobah, who else is consistent in every game? I think Tosin is going to be that player, but Tosin is, for me, is still not just there yet. So we have Chalobah, we have Kowe, but we will need at least one more centre back for that kind of pairing because we cannot
Yeah,
rely on Fofana. That's one. Two.
gentlemen,
If
when you finish, I want to address this defense thing because I've avoided it, but I will. So please continue.
okay,
But
all right. Now let's move to Garnacho. Look, if you ask me again, for the past 2 seasons, what am I saying? 2 seasons. Let's say 5 seasons straight. 5 seasons straight up. For every player Manchester United have lost by selling, letting go, or loaning, or however, they end up performing very well wherever they go to. You find out that it is not most of the cases, it is not the player, it is the system and how things are not working at Man United on and off the pitch. So you get the players um, performing elsewhere, playing fantastically well, doing so good. That's the exact reason why I'm positive on Garnacho. All right. But initially, I would have preferred Morgan Rogers or even Xavi Simons, who does not play the same position with Garnacho, by the way. However, but here's the thing. Here is my own concern with Morgan Rogers, who would have been a preferred my preferred ahead of Garnacho for that particular position. But the thing is, it is Aston Villa, and Aston Villa are going to certainly overprice Morgan Rogers because it is Chelsea. Simply because they are certainly going to want to use him to get out of their financial situation. So that is the exact reason why I'm okay that we did not particularly go for Morgan Rogers. It's just like what I heard, what the rumors was saying that we offered Barcelona 40 million euros for what's his name for this I've forgotten his name. That was like a gamble. If it works out, it would have been such a genius business. If if we offered such money to Aston Villa, that would be madness. But 50 million pounds, not euros, 50 million pounds should have been enough to lure Morgan Rogers. But Aston Villa are not even going to negotiate for 60 million pounds. It's crazy. So I understand why we didn't have to push for the guy. Garnacho is what we could get, fine. We could actually work with. But the crazy thing is, Eze was there for the taking. Berechese was there for that position. But it seems like it wasn't. We did not. I don't understand that particular Garnacho deal. But like I said, whenever we have to get a player, if I see that at the end of the day we're going to get this player, I just don't bother talking about it. And I just let's see what he becomes. Same thing with Jamie Gittins. Gittins is good, yes, we know, but I mean, he was playing in the Bundesliga against Bundesliga teams. So I don't know. I've seen that, and I think we can. It's since it's just we've been having scratchy games, picking points by luck, not dropping all 3 points in the league and the rest of that. I think this loss is an eye opener, and who knows? Maybe if Maresca had gone with the regular formation usually plays with Neto on the other side, Palmer on his 10 position, Joao Pedro up front, and whoever on the left. I think probably would have made a difference. And maybe resume start on the right, and along the line, Gusto comes in, and the rest of that. I think just the regular, I don't know, would have Caicedo and Enzo probably
Okay,
would have
can I
worked
address
better.
this?
I don't know. Yeah.
Can I look? First of all, the sporting directors, for whatever stupid reason they had, they neglected the physical needs of the team. You're talking about Morgan Rogers. Okay. Why didn't they then go for Kudus? Kudus would have been a much, much better option than the player they went for. To me,
Rumor
I
has
have
it.
never, ever, ever,
Sorry.
ever, ever been in support of the Garnacho deal. I don't think he's good enough for Chelsea. And he has to
Sorry,
show.
sorry, I would say for Mohamed Kudus, I think this is where we have, personally, if I was the sporting director by any chance, there are some plots I would make business difficult for when they come to get our players. Because if the rumors are right, we offered how much? 40 million pounds plus one other player, was it Dewsbury Hall to West Ham United for Mohamed Kudus, and they turned it down. If the rumors were right, I think we've always admired Mohamed Kudus, but the mistake we made was disrespecting Ajax the way we did when we offered them bullshit money for Mohamed Kudus. I was so
Look,
pissed myself
we're
because
going
that
in
was when I
circles.
needed the player the most.
We're going back to things that we all know has happened. That was the solution. The whether what happened with Ajax, whatever, they needed this player. They didn't go for the player properly. They were looking at, you see, their judgment of the squad is wanting. They failed last January when they didn't do anything, but just offloaded players, and were quite
Yeah,
lucky that they started having some injuries come back. And on that note of injuries, the reason why Chelsea hadn't gone for a centre back were twofold. One, because of the financial restriction imposed on them by UEFA. Two, and so they had to be careful how they spent, and they thought that the best way would be to spend on the forward line, since they had a litany of defenders coming back from injury, vis-a-vis your Badia Shields of this world and your Fofanas of this world. Now, for me, that's not good enough. But the reality is, because they are coming back from injury, you can't sell them. You can't sell Badiashile. And,
no,
everybody's hesitant because we've seen what a fit Fofana can provide. They're hesitant to sell Fofana. So they thought, okay, let's just wait. Let's go with what we have and wait until these guys get fit again. I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea. But if you're going to do that, you're going to have to offer protection to your defense through your midfield. And at the moment, your midfield is wide open. Enzo Fernandez is not physically, technically, or indeed mentally at this point good enough. His passes are awry. His contribution to the team is not good enough at all. Yes, he arrives in the box sometimes, but look at last night. He arrives in the box, and what do? They pinch the ball away from him. He's not good enough. Um,
But can
Andre
I say
Santos.
something? I don't think it's
Andre,
not good enough. I
not
think
at this moment.
I don't think it's not good enough. I think the position that he played yesterday was wasn't the right place because I don't remember the last time he played um 10. So you just can't change. You just can't use players at a position when they are facing some teams because when um Bayern Munich is not like let's say something that you could just make changes and then you think that you could get something out of it. At least for me,
It was
what I was
easy to
thinking is
figure
for you to stick with
figure
what
us out.
the players are used with.
Okay, how would you have played him
But I think
yesterday?
I think he played the same position against PSG.
Exactly. How
Yeah,
would
Yes,
you
you
have
that's
how
what
played
I'm
him
how
saying.
many
That's
yesterday?
what
how
I'm saying.
long
They
how
figured
long
us
was the
out.
PSG game?
They figured us
Like,
out.
listen, let's just forget about you use something once doesn't mean that you should be using the same thing.
That's
When it
true.
worked
That's
once
true.
doesn't mean that it could work over and
But
over again.
how would you have played him
But it
yesterday?
worked for you. That's it. It worked
Wait,
for
let
you.
him
It
Maybe
answer
worked
that's
the
why
once.
question.
It
Maresca
worked
used it
Let him
again. I
once.
answer
don't.
the
It worked
question. You're
once.
interrupting before he can answer the question. How would you have played him yesterday?
I
Give
was
your
just playing.
solutions.
We've been having result with how Maresca have been using the team for so long. This Bayern Munich team is not any special team. Like, it's not like
They
a
are not.
special
We
team that
know that. But how would you have
I
played
have to be.
Enzo yesterday?
Let me finish. Like, this Bayern Munich team is not a special team that I'll crack my head and overthink to play them. I'll just play my football how the players are used. So I don't understand why you have to change things. Yes, I understand you played him against PSG and it worked once. That doesn't mean that, and it's like when you play that type of game against PSG and it works. Do you think Bayern Munich is not like a team that will just be like, okay, we don't know what is good. They also investigate. They also think. They also try to figure out what you are trying to do. So of course they are going to put things in place to make sure to be able to destroy your plans. So for me, I believe like if we are to play like put Palmer at the 10 and we don't even have like a number 9 like a traditional number 9. So it's like everything is complicated up there. So just put Palmer at his position, put Enzo at his position, and just put the flank players at their position and let them play their game. Like
Who are
he
these flank players you're talking about? Who would have played in the flanks?
Okay, we have Neto. What did Neto provided yesterday? What would you prefer Neto to play? Would you prefer him to play at the place that he was comfortable with, or at the place that you are experimenting with? Yes, Neto sometimes play at the left side, and sometimes he provides this. But you have to understand that we are playing against Bayern Munich. This is not just a team. This is a team that is bigger than you. This is a team that has achieved more than you. So why would you experience? Why would you experiment against this type of team? This is not like a Lincoln, or this is not like even Brentford, or you make changes against Brentford and it goes against you. Why don't you use the same team that you've been using and getting results out of it? And then you're just trying to play something, trying to overthink. It was too much yesterday.
I don't agree. You haven't explained why. Yeah, he had no choice other than to play the striking force the way he did. He had to put Palm out right. He had to put Neto out left, and he had to put um Jao Pedro down the middle.
So what would you
Um,
prefer? Would you prefer Palmer to be at the would you prefer Neto to be at the right, or would you prefer Neto to be at the left? And would you prefer to
Neto
get like
does his best work at the left, but we didn't have the personnel available to allow him to do that. That's the problem. That's the whole thing I'm talking about. That's
but
why I'm saying
since when have we had like a good player at like let's say like do we even have a player at the other side when Neto is playing at the right? Do we have players that play like
Mhm.
apart from Gittins and Garnacho
Thank you.
last season? Which players were playing at that place?
Well,
At
to,
some point
to be fair
we're
to
even
him,
using Noni.
Noni was there.
Yeah,
Was
no,
there.
we're
Love
using
him or
Noni.
loathe him, he was there.
Yeah,
At
we're
least,
using Noni, and Noni started performing at that place ending of the season.
yeah. At
Ending
the
of the season.
moment,
So
we have
we've never
nobody on
had
the
a
left.
player that was like a really like a world class player at that position.
Yeah, you're right. That's the problem. That is the problem, and that's why I was talking about Morgan Rogers and I was talking about Kudus. Those
Yeah, I
are
would
our
have loved those
solutions.
players, but sometimes these people, I don't know how they think. Like I heard
Exactly.
you guys talking, and like this is the same. I don't understand how they, they negotiate to players. Like the same thing with what is his name, Xavi Simons. The same
Yeah.
thing with like sometimes the approach is some kind of disrespectful. Like, like I don't understand how they approach some players. When they want Ganacho, they went for him. And I was like, how the hell will you put this effort on Ganacho? You never and Gittins, Jamie Gittins also. Like, do you know that they even overpaid? They said,
Yeah.
okay, we are not going to pay this money. And then they ended up overpaying.
Yeah.
But some players like Kudus and Xavi Simons, which like they could have made differences because listen,
Yeah.
we can't be using Palmer over and over again. We
Yeah.
can't.
Look,
We
I
we
think
should have.
if the rumor was anything to go by, right? I think once you have West Ham reject your initial offer for Mohamed Kudus, all you have to do is get the player to be on your side and they'll accept the bid. It's basically the thing. So okay, they don't want the player you want to add, take him out. Offer them 50 million pounds for Mohamed Kudus, insist on 50 million pounds. They're going to take it. If you start, by the way, if you even start with 45 million pounds, that's a negotiation. You negotiate. Maybe you add 5 million. At the end of the day, you're going to get Kudus
Yeah, of
because
course.
it's basically the thing. So you offered how much? Was it 40 million pounds and a player, and then they reject and you back off, just like that. But look at Dortmund. We kept insisting on Jamie Giddens.
Yeah.
We kept
Yeah.
insisting. They kept demanding. We even added. It doesn't make any sense. That's
Exactly.
why the Xavi Simons deal, that one blew my head. Like what are we doing?
Yeah.
Hold on.
You
You kept this player
sacrifice
for
Simmons.
1 month.
You
You
Simmons
rejected
and
Bayern Munich.
Kudos on the altar
You,
of Jamie Gittins
Yeah, I'm
and
surprised
Garnacho.
for that.
It's
Like I can't run
ridiculous.
my head around that. Like I can't. There's
you,
no
you,
logic.
you
There's
like
nothing. There's no way you can convince me about
he kept
Gittins
rejecting
eh,
slots.
and
He kept
Gittins
rejecting. He rejected
and
Garnacho.
Ganacho.
Yeah. Now we're
He
speaking the
rejected
same
Bayern
language.
because he thought he was coming to Chelsea.
Yeah. It
The
makes
way
no
he behaved for
sense.
the last crazy stuff.
Gittins is nowhere. Gittins is not as good as Tyreek George. So
Exactly.
Look,
Exactly.
look
Like I was
here,
thinking,
look.
Noni at that position was even
I watched
performing
Tyree
than
George.
both of those players.
yeah.
Yeah, I
None at
watched
that.
Tyree George
Oh my
sometime
god.
towards the end of last season, and I said something. If if I had a big account on X and I was to post about this guy, I would have a lot of Chelsea fans flooding under the comment section to insult me. But Tyree George is a very precise player in the attacking role. He is very precise with what he does, and his short range is crazy. It's crazy. You say Jamie Gittins, the few games I've seen him, yes, I get he needs to find his feet in the Premier League. But the few things I've seen, it's basically what Maduke was doing
Hmm.
sometime last season. You get the ball, you fake one or two players, you slow down the attack. You get the
Yeah.
ball from a counter-attacking position, you slow down the attack. It's crazy, like it's mad. It's crazy.
Gittins offers
Can
nothing.
you be
Garnacho
like
offers
Doku?
nothing.
Do something
But
like Doku once.
both of them cost the club in total what about 90 million pounds, and that money would have gotten a Morgan Rogers or an Emmanuel or a Mohamed Kudus. Simple. You would have your physicality and your
That's
technicality
fact.
covered.
That's fact. Yeah.
Even if you use the
Bobby,
money to get
Bobby.
Simmons would have been a better option. I
And
don't
then if you need
understand.
backup,
The thing is that
given that that money got you two players, if you need backup, if you've gotten your main starting player, then you would have no need to loan out Tyreek George because
Yes,
it then means he would have game time,
game to
and then
sim-
you won't have to
now.
bring in two different like
Yeah,
I
Do
don't
you know
think
what?
we're
I
in
don't think
agreement.
Ganacho has played up to 30 minutes in Chelsea shirt. I don't think
I get,
Ganacho has played
I
up
know.
to 30 minutes
Like I said,
in Chelsea shirt. What?
like I said, Garnacho might work for us. He might work, but let's see. But it's just that we
We
can't
have
be
no
making
choice.
mistakes now. We can't be making mistakes now.
Yeah.
If we're going to win trophies, we have to be in it.
We
Do
have
you
no
know for me?
choice.
Do you know what I?
Exactly.
Do you know what how I see these things? Like
What? Let's
the way I see these things is like a kid. When you buy a toy for a kid, they see a new toy, they don't, forget about the value of the toy that they have at home. They always see this new toy and they be like, oh, okay, yeah, this new toy, I like it, and then they abandon their old toy, even though maybe their old toy is expensive and durable than the new toy. This is how
Yeah.
it is with them. It's like we have like some quality players that we could use, but then they always, and when they go on the market, they don't even get. They sometimes these days, I don't remember the last time they get a top-notch player that you're going to be like, oh, this player is going to be a game changer.
You know
Which
why?
player did they
You know why?
did they bring in? Because it's like you took Noni out. At least bring a player that is far better than Noni. But it's like you are regressing.
You
Like
know why? You know why? I'll give you two instances. I'll give you two instances. One, we're looking for young players with potential to blow up. So when we need to sell them, when we want to sell them and make huge profit on them, that is one. Two,
No, but
we're
if you
looking for
want to sell
players
a
who
player,
will
you
keep
don't buy
up
Jamie
with
Gittins
the
over 50 million. Over 50
now,
million. Like,
now, hold on. That's where that's why I say a bit of an issue. Now look at this other scenario. Now you're looking for a player with low wages, so it would be easy to sell out if you need to sell. Like and now getting Jamie Gittins for 50 million, I don't know how we're going to offload him if we need to offload him, and how much the club would be willing to pay that that willing to pay to us that
can I
crazy.
ask you
Of
guys
course, we are
something?
still not so crazy
Can I
business
can I
like
ask
selling
you guys
our
a
players
question?
for the amount we
Can
pay.
I ask you
Yeah,
guys a question?
yeah, we're
Um,
listening.
like, would you have preferred to be like, okay, to reconcile with Raheem Sterling and use him at that position over Ganacho and Jamie Gittins?
That for me, let me answer that question. For me,
Mm.
um, Ryan Sterling is what? How do I say this? His experience, yes, but sometimes we've watched him make in some how do I say it play inconsistently in some game, not helping changing anything at all. But I would prefer Ryan Sterling, right, to start while Garnacho and Gittins learn from him. But he would have to get a limited game time. Meaning because these other players need game time. So if we're going to reintegrate Ryan Sterling, his game time would have to be reduced. Basically, if it's me, if I were to be the manager, I would probably bring him back, given the fact that we do not know how consistent these other players will be. But they need game time to develop, right? But then they need someone who's been in the Premier League for the longest. But when last did Ryan Sterling play him? I don't know.
But
That
what
could
I'm saying
work.
is that regardless of how bad Raheem Sterling is, I don't think Jamie Gittins and Ganacho will give anything more than him. But because I've seen him play, I know where I've seen maybe he's um like he has lost his form or something. But for me, like I'll be like, okay, if I have Raheem Sterling, I'm paying him this amount of money, this amount of money over 300,000 a week, and I have to go and spend another, like, let's say 90 million on two players that are going to be like backup players. You understand? Like those what Neto gives us at that flank.
I was gonna
Like,
ask Bobby. I don't know if you guys are listening. I had space. I connected with my mobile device. Can you guys hear me?
yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
was gonna ask Bobby
yeah.
since he feels
yeah, yeah,
like
we can hear you.
okay. Thank you for that. Since he believes we don't have enough physicality in the team.
Mm.
How do you think we'd finish the season? Do you think we'll be able to win anything, or that's it? Since you feel like we don't have enough physicality, that yeah, we're doomed. I
Yeah,
wanted
look,
because I'm still listening, and I connected via
mm.
my I connected with my mobile device, but it looks like you guys weren't hearing me at the time.
Look, when I present a problem, I always present the solutions.
Just quickly, you
Um,
haven't taken anything personal, right? You're not taking
no,
anything personal.
why would I
Okay.
take anything
I just
personal?
wanted to know.
We're having a football discussion, and it leads to a difference of opinion. And my opinion has never changed. We
All right,
lack
go ahead.
physicality.
Yeah, go.
Now we've wasted the transfer market by spending what upward in excess of 90 million pounds on Jamie Gittins and Alejandro Garnacho that give us nothing when we could have got either of Morgan Rogers or Kudus or indeed your mate Xavi Simmons for half that sum of money and kept Tyreek George as backup if we insisted on getting rid of Noni in the first place. Now, where do I think that leaves us this season? That leaves us with a problem, but we
Quickly,
have to
Bobby,
look
once
within
you're
to
done, can you ask the panelists what they think Ganacho brings to the table?
yeah, I'll come to that. I'm trying to answer your question first about how we proceed with the season. Now, we have a problem, and we have to address that problem from within, which means many a time we're going to find ourselves playing Neto on the left, like we did against Bayern, and Kopama on the right to make up for that lack of impact in the game. Or we may have to use Esteval on the left, whereas his actual best position is more or less down the middle. So we're going to have to compromise. The question will be, will these compromises be enough? Of course, when you're playing players slightly out of their best position, you're not optimizing your team. So it's not going to be enough. And I have deep concerns whether we'll be able to pull any rabbits out of the hat this time around with the decisions we've made. It's just time that will tell, and how quickly our injuries return. That's what will save our season. Um, so yeah, I mean, your question about Garnacho, I open it to the floor, but I have my opinion. I don't think he's good enough. I don't understand why we made that purchase. Right from the beginning, when we were making that purchase, I was skeptical. I was wondering, what is this about? I was reaching for people that believed in it, and each time they came up with, "Oh, he's going to be good. He's going to be good," it really wasn't enough of an answer for me. And now I'm looking at him. Someone says he hasn't played up to 30 minutes for the team. Yes, but you don't need to for us to know whether you're going to be a player that is going to be impactful or just another passenger on the field.
But what I want to say about Ganacho is that, like, when for me, I have like a simple theory. When you are bringing a player in, you should make sure that you are bringing a player better than the one that you took out. Okay, Remy Stanley is out of the conversation. Noni Madueke is out of this conversation. Like he has been sold. Ask yourself: is Ganacho, before you defend Ganacho and before you defend the purchase of the Ganacho? Ask yourself: is Jamie Gittins and Ganacho better than these players? Even I'll go to the extent to say that Hanson Odoi is better than Ganacho. Is better than Jamie Gittins. Like they are not the best wingers. Like there's nothing spectacular that I've ever seen Ganacho and Jamie Gittins have done that I'll be like, okay, I want to bring them to Chelsea. If I want to bring a player, like a player, I want to bring a player that will give me the same thing or better than what Neto is giving me at the right side. And I want to ask anyone who wants to defend the purchase of Ganacho. I'm not saying okay, right now they are our players. We have to support them, but we are the what's like I'm trying to say is that we could have gotten better players than those. So if you want to defend this Ganacho um, thing, ask yourself: will Ganacho give you what, like defensively, what Neto gives you at the right side? Yeah, like his fitness. That guy, I think he has like about 7 lungs. Ask yourself, will Garnacho give you the same thing? Will you get the same thing from the from the left side? Before you like so for me, this is my question for the people who are
Totally,
defending the
totally agree.
Garnacho purchase.
Totally agree, Hakeem. Totally agree. Coach, over to you. You're defending it. Let's hear you because it at the moment Hakim is 100% correct. He's run away.
And I don't think it's
Hakeem,
active.
can you hear me?
Look,
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
yeah,
Okay, which winger would you have gone for last if you are okay to buy? Which winger would you have gone for? Because during that last transfer window, I don't think there is any better winger or spectacular winger that has the price tag that is not up to maybe let me say 60 million and above. Who would you have gone for if you are to buy?
So
sorry,
since when has money been
Mohamed
our
Kudus,
problem at Chelsea Football Club?
Mohamed Kudus was not,
Since when
how
has
much
money
did
been
he
our
cost?
problem? You bought two wingers for how much?
In
For over
excess of
90
90
for
million.
90 million.
Yeah.
And then you want to defend, you want to say, okay, because of the money, which wingers we could have bought in? We would have gotten a whole lot of wingers, like
Yeah.
with that money.
Kudus,
So the
Xavi
money,
Simmons,
yeah, I
And
don't even want to mention the
Morgan
name of.
Rogers.
how much are you paying them? How much are you willing to pay them? How
I
much
don't
is
care about the money.
Chelsea
I
willing
care
to
about the
pay those
performance.
players? That's another
Bro,
thing. If you buy
That's the problem.
no, we
That's
don't
if
care
you
not how
about the
much
money.
Chelsea is
We
willing
care
to
about
pay.
the
It's not the
performance.
problem.
if you buy a high
This is
profile
Chelsea
Simmons,
player,
Football
if you
Club.
buy
This
a
is
high
not West Ham.
agreed.
they
This
are
is
not
not.
demanding what Benacho was demanding for. I mean, they are
Yeah.
not demanding what Sancho was demanding for goodness sake.
Yeah.
If Chelsea was willing to pay Sancho 170,000 a week, how much do you think they can pay to
Plus
Kudus?
Xavi Simmons agreed personal terms. I think was it
Yeah.
about
He agreed
110?
personal terms. Yes, he
So
agreed
Let's
personal
let's
terms and
forget.
he turned down
This is
Bayern
Chelsea
Munich and
Football Club.
other
This is
clubs.
not. It's like you guys have been psyched
I know this is
by
the
these
Chelsea
people
Football
to
Club.
accept the
I'm not
fact that
disputing the fact
okay,
that this
we
is the
need to
Chelsea
pay
Football
a
Club.
players like let's say 20 thousand this thing for a week. We I don't care about. I don't want to. If I don't want a player that I want to pay 20,000 a week because to get a player to pay him 20,000 a week is not even like a good. It would not be like a uh, that would be around Tariq George level. Because to get a top football player that is going to make a change for you, just look at 100,000 above. Yeah, so let's stop being
Guess
cheap. This is Chelsea
guess
Football
guess
Club. We've
what?
never been
Guess
cheap.
what? Guess what? Yeah, we were looking to loan out Tyree George, but if Tyree George was not to be our player, we would sign him. We would be looking to
No,
sign him.
I don't
Am I?
care about Tariq George. For me, what I care about is when you take a player out of the team, make sure that you don't
Mhm.
bring the same Tariq George level. You
I
bring a
get, I
player
understand, I
above
understand
those
that
those
part.
player.
I understand.
Yeah.
That's why, that's why the names we were linked to, most of the names we were linked to during the transfer windows, I was definitely not okay with them. Ganacho, Jamie Giddens, I was not. e- Even when they come in, it's not. It doesn't feel fantastic. Look, the introduction of Esteva Williams, even before he came in, even before watching him at Palmeiras in the Club World Cup, I've known the kid. So I've already been prepared. I could not just wait to see this kid. I
How
mean,
much did they
if you're
bought? How
going
much
to
did they
spend,
bought Esova?
it's about
who's that?
50,
Over
Esteva,
55.
50, around 70.
Seems about
With
Esteva,
about
with
40
the,
or something.
no, no, with
Yeah.
with with the add-ons and everything.
Yeah, you have to get to the add-on.
Ooh,
It's
70? No.
I think or 70 or something.
about 50 something, 57.
Okay, okay,
But
57. Let's
No, it's
take it
not up to 50.
57.
It's not
They
up to
bought a
50.
17 years old. 50
are we
they
talking of, are we
they bought a
talking of
17 years
Esteva
old,
Williams?
57
It's
million
not up to 50.
euros. And then now you want to play cheap and be like, oh, the other players they are over 60 million. Bro, nah, come on. Don't do that.
with what was spent on Gittins and Garnacho, they could have got an excellent left winger in the name of
Exactly.
Kudus or Rogers or Xavi, and kept and also keep Tyreek
Tariq
George,
George,
who we're keeping anyway, and that's it.
do you know
So
how much they
Bobby,
wanted to sell
Bobby,
Tariq George?
what I'm saying,
They wanted to
I
sell
know what you
Tariq
guys are
George for I
saying. I
think
know what
12
you guys are
million,
saying, but
30
not
million or
there is no
something.
excellent winger. There's no excellent winger that will collect less than 150,000 pound thousand a
We,
week.
we don't
That's
care
what I'm
about the
saying. There's
150.
well,
no
Bro,
with
play
that
excellent
with that
winger. What
money,
excellent winger you
two
guys are
okay,
looking
It's
for?
a
bro.
with
Liverpool.
We don't care
It
about the
can never
150.
change.
And
Yeah.
Chelsea owners are not ready. Chelsea owners are not ready to pay that much to
And
any
if you
player.
accept that fact, you are
They
part
have
of the
made that
Let's
mistake
problem.
in
let's
the past. They have
So
paid
they buy.
Sterling.
Yeah.
See where Sterling
If you
is
accept
today.
that fact, you are part of the problem. If you
we
accept the
can't say
fact
for
that we
sure.
shouldn't
No,
get
no, I
top
don't. I'm not.
players
No,
because we have a
no,
base
no, no.
of amount that
Hakim,
we have to pay our
Hakim,
players.
see. I'm not accepting. I'm not accepting it. Because, but we should face reality. That's the reality of our club now. The owners say that they are not going to pay players above 150 or 200. So why you are saying okay, a spectacular winger? I'm telling you that there is no spectacular winger that will come to Chelsea now and say, okay, I will collect less than 150,000 pounds a week. That's what I'm saying. Let's face reality. This is the reality of Chelsea now. The owners has made their okay. This is our cutoff. You cannot pay above this, so we should work on it. We should not say okay, we should do this, we should do this. This
Yeah,
is how
yeah.
our
Now
club
I understand
is
you
arranged now.
perfectly. Now
So
I understand you perfectly.
that's just it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I understand
Yeah.
you. I understand you. Yes, you are right. You are right when it comes to
That's the
that.
reality. That's our reality now. We should not be saying, okay, we should buy this, we should buy who, we should buy who. We should be, this is our budget. We should just see, okay, this is our budget now. If you are trying to recruit any player, this is how much we are going to pay him. If you say that, okay, we'll buy a player of 70 million pounds, that player, is he going to collect less than 100,000 pounds a week? That's the question we are going to ask ourselves. Is he ready to collect 100,000 pounds a week? He will not,
For the
because he's a good
double
player. If you
for
don't buy him,
the
another club will buy him and pay him more.
for the double amount we paid for
Jamie Gittins and Garnacho.
Gittins and Garnacho, who are ineffective players. We could have paid half that amount for Kudus, whose wages at Spurs is 148k a week.
Hmm.
Now that is not outside of Chelsea's range at all. I just the fact of the matter is that they've dropped the ball with this one. That's just the reality. They've dropped the ball. They went for something that they thought would work. They didn't do their due diligence properly. These two players are ineffective and can probably cost us opportunities this season because the left side of this team is wanting. That's just the reality. Now, what can we do about it? Well, we'll have to start shoving square pegs into round holes. Hoping that Esteval can do a good job on the left and occasionally Neto. Those are the only solutions we have with the squad that we have. And of course, some time to time,
Bobby,
But
Gary George.
Bobby,
Bobby,
another thing is, some players, it will take them time to grow. Why some players also
um,
they will just adapt immediately. So we should not
guys,
say
yes,
okay,
that's
Garnacho
Victor,
is not a
Victor.
good player, or
That's
Gittins is not a good
that's what
player.
I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. Remember when we got Cucurella? No, I think we should. I think we should. It's still early days. It's still early days. Remember, we were this close to loaning out Cucurella to Man United. So remember
Yes,
when
That's
we
a
got
fair
yes.
comment.
Cucurella,
That,
he was, we were not even sure about him. Remember
that's a,
when
that's
Enzo
that's a
Fernandez
fair
came
comment,
in, we were
Emo.
not even sure about Enzo Fernandez at some
Even
time in the game.
Rudiger as well.
Yeah.
Rudiger, if
That
you
that's a
remember
We're
very
Rudiger.
talking
that's
of
a
Rudiger.
very
We're going
fair
too far.
comment.
I'm talking
Yeah.
of these same players in this squad. Caicedo. Some of us were scared of having
No.
Caicedo
Casedo,
because
we
of
Yeah,
never
even
No,
doubted
Caicedo was
Casedo.
so
we
poor
were
of them.
always
Casedo, we
sure
never
about
at some
doubted
point
Caicedo.
we were
Casedo.
scared.
We were always
At some
sure
No.
point we
about
Casedo,
were
we never
scared.
Caicedo.
we never doubted Casedo.
That's
No,
not
We
we
a
did not
problem.
No,
doubt
We
when he
Caicedo,
knew
but
started in his first two,
we were
in his first two
scared
games,
sometimes
in his
because
first
of
two games, he
him.
was
No.
prone to mistakes. He
I
was
don't.
making
If
mistakes that cost
if
us.
any Chelsea player, if any Chelsea supporter was to doubt Casedo, I think the person don't know football because
Yeah.
like you could see all the traits when he was playing. You could see
I'm not
everything.
saying doubting Caicedo. I never doubted the guy. I'm talking of we
No, I
being
know that you never
very
doubted. You're talking
skeptical
about the
based
other
on because
supporters.
he does a lot of tackling.
No, I hear
He
what
does
Emo is saying.
if you're
It's
doing
good,
this much
but
tackling as Caicedo, you need to be at least 30% in N'Golo Kante level. If you're going to be tackling, at least be at 30% in N'Golo Kante level. So you can always get away with it. Of course, officiating is never our thing in this game. I don't know why it's that. I don't know why it was different from every other football club. So when you have to do with tackling, you have to do it clean. So to the extent that a certain Michael Oliver or Anthony Taylor, or whichever Michael or whichever of them is still in the game, when they see it, they know it is very clear. Because sometimes even when it's clear, they can decide to turn their blind eyes and VR won't further calling because they don't want to hurt feelings. But when it's against us, they can hurt feelings. It's crazy some of this.
But you know what people are saying about Jamie Gittins and Ganacho. We are not saying that they are not going to perform. Of course, they are our players. We hope they perform. We want them to perform. But what
I
we are
want
saying is
them
that
to,
but me too. Of course, if they
and I
don't
want them
perform, they
to
are
have a chance
liability. They are
as well.
they are liability on us. So of course, we would like them to perform. But what we are saying is that, like like you could have done better. You understand? You could have done far better with the amount of money that you spent on these two, and you could have also have like a better strategy. Because when you talk about
That's
the
on the
wages,
club.
yeah,
That's on
when
the
you talk
club. Now the manager has to deal with that. It's
yeah,
not the
now
club.
now the manager has to. It's more like the manager. Yeah, they are putting. Sometimes also, you don't blame Maresca because it's like it's lot of uncooked, unripe this thing that he has to maneuver and train. Like he has to work extra because you having players that are not mature. At least you have to have players that are mature to be able to understand everything that you are trying to do. But now it's more like headache on him. He's doing extra job because okay, you have to teach them this, and then you have to like a one-on-one train them for them because these are players that they are not yet in their prime. You understand? They are not yet in their prime. So right now he has to do a whole lot of things, and all of this will go against the team. It's more like okay, you've had a player that have understood Maresca's system, that he has matured with Maresca, and then you ship the player out and bring another kid for you to train the kid. I work in a company, and in my job, like I even went to the office and I have to talk with my boss because it's like they bring people for me to train them and get hoping that this guy is going to work with me as soon as I finish training the guy and the guy is mastered, and then they ship the guy to different department and bring me another person for me to train the person, and it has continued like this, and it always bring my production down, and it's always affecting me. And my other colleagues are producing more than me, but I don't know if they understood that the reason why I'm not producing more is because you are bringing me these people for me to spend time, for me to train them. So this is exactly what I think Maresca was going through, or is going through.
That's what it is anyway. That's basically what it is. Well, since he's good at the job, let's watch out. My major concern is whenever you get a player, use the player. If you loan out a player, record the player, use the player. I don't understand why. I don't understand. I don't know when Maresca is going to use McGill, and that is another thing, and it's different topic entirely. Because if we start to look at the players that didn't even feature in this game, you would wonder why. Do we even have a starting 11? I don't think we do. We just know that whatever happens, Caicedo, Farmer Caicedo, what's his name? Sanchez, they are going to start. Chaloba, they will start, or probably, I don't know. We don't have, if
Oh,
you,
she didn't
we
say I'm
probably have up to seven, maybe
talking of.
seven or eight that we're very certain that is going to start. The rest, we don't know who starts. We don't know who started. I think we've still not found that yet. It's been 2 seasons running. We've still not found it. Because because
Another thing,
if we do have that, we would know that this is where to work on. And then you find the weak link in that particular setup. And maybe the next game you pick a different person, put them and drop that one and watch. But we don't have that. Everything that has to play with us has to try to figure us out. And Bayern, luckily for them, I guess they figured us out because they probably Vincent Company would have been doing, let's assume they are playing the same formation they played against PSG,
No,
basically, and
about
strengthen on
the
that. But
about the
because
position that we played against PSG. Listen, I was watching a whole lot of like pre-game conversation between other people, and a lot of people predicted exactly what we are going to play against against
Bayern.
Bayern Munich. And I don't think as a team you should make yourself so easy to be predictable like that. Because listen,
Exactly.
Bayern Munich could have done everything that they wanted to do with us. I think they were on their second gear. Listen, they were running trade around us. I see one defender taking ball from its half, running through our midfield. It's like they've studied us. They know what to do. And okay, luck was on their side, but I don't think there's anything that this Chelsea team could have done to gain a win from Bayern. It's like they know what we can do. It's like when I
No,
was
no, no,
watching
no,
the
no,
game,
no, no, no. If we played a different formation, it probably would have been a different ball game entirely.
of course, of course, this is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying. I mean, like, you I remember was it Champions League? I've forgotten the team that we were playing against. And it was Lampard, that was our coach then. And Lampard played a certain team against I've forgotten in the Premier League, and he had a win. And he took the same team. And I was watching the panel discussion, and even as Winger said, "You don't do that." As Winger said, "You don't do that." He played exactly the same thing, and as Winger said, it was really premature. Uh, thing that Lampard did. And exactly the same thing. Like for me, I was like, oh, as soon as I saw the
The
formation, like
lineup.
the lineup, I was like, I gave up. I know that we are going to lose. Something told me that we are going to lose because I'm playing Bayern Munich. Like this is Bayern Munich that we are playing against. I was like, no,
I'm glad you said this, because I was having an argument with Coach about
But
this.
that that
He
that
said
formation,
that,
that formation, that
let me
formation was
land,
was
let me
strong.
land,
When you look at it, it was strong.
because it wasn't strong. It wasn't strong. This is why I was saying that we lacked physicality, because you've just said the exact thing. Them defenders were carrying the ball through the midfield with impunity. Why was that? It's because
yeah.
Enzo Fernandez was not physical enough. He was non-existent. The only thing that we had in the midfield was Caicedo.
Even Rhys
Unfortunately,
James
Reece James wasn't
wasn't playing.
really,
Rhys
yeah,
James
he
wasn't
wasn't
in the
really
game as well.
significant. Yeah. So we had
I want
one
to ask you
midfielder
guys how many
against
do,
so many other players.
if you watch the game really well, like could you do you, go and watch the game and count the amount of passes Neuer was able to successfully give to
Yeah.
his players, and there's nothing that our players could do about it.
Yeah.
And even the air balls, the 50-50 balls, they were winning all the balls. They were winning. Or the first half
Now,
was like,
when coach was attacking me, why were you all quiet? This is the point I was
no,
making.
I wasn't there. I wasn't there.
Oh,
I
this
just
is
came on.
the exact same point I was making. We lacked that physical presence. We couldn't deal with it. They were just doing whatever they liked because there was no
Yeah.
resistance.
I was surprised. Like I've never seen I've never seen like we get like played like this because Neuer. I was surprised of the passes that Neuer was giving to his players. He was spreading the passes to his players, and his display the players is not like they are even tall like this Canabria and all of the they are the same size as our players, but they were receiving the balls in the air, winning the air balls,
Yeah.
winning the 50-50 balls, passing the balls, diagonal, like they were doing everything. It's more like it was a training to the extent that our players was frustrated. Enzo Fernandez was frustrated, raising his hands. Even before the goal, you could tell um uh um um what is his name? Cole Palmer was also frustrated. That is why when the drop ball, our players were frustrated. They didn't know what to do. They don't know what the game plan was. The game plan was wrong. It was wrong.
Hmm.
That's where I believe in. The game plan was wrong. That's what I believe in. The game plan was wrong. They approached the game wrongly. They thought that it will work the way it worked against PSG. That's what I believe in. I don't think maybe physicality, because this crop of players in Chelsea team can beat any team. They can beat any team on a very good day. I don't believe maybe physicality contributed to it.
No,
What I
when
think
Bobby
is
said
the approach to
physicality,
the game.
when Bobby said physicality, like for me, what I also see that if you are not winning, where do you think you have to show your physical ability? Your physical ability has to be shown in the midfield, in the
50-50.
air,
Yeah, aerial
and we
ball,
Let
lost and we lost all those
all of
battles
it. Yeah,
to the extent that even the penalty, the penalty, that it's all part of physicality, because
yeah,
you could tell like he couldn't handle it, so you have to put the player down. So on that game, our physical ability wasn't there. It wasn't if you are losing the air balls, if the goalkeeper is able to spread balls around, to spread balls and give his players the passes, and his players are receiving the passes without any difficulties. Their defenders will take a ball from their side and run through our midfield, and we cannot do anything about it. Of course,
yeah.
physically we've lost.
Yeah, and we put the defense then under so much pressure because they're dealing with the entire avalanche of the opposite team, and there are no buffers between them and the opposite team, which is the problem we have. It's not
Bobby,
about insulting players or anything. If you're not
Bobby,
up to it, you're not up to it. Yeah,
Bobby, yesterday when you watched the game, do you know that Harry Kane wasn't even in the box that much? He comes, he was so comfortable
yeah,
that
he
you even
dropped in
see him
midfield.
at the defense take
Yeah,
ball, pass through the ball, and then run
yeah,
into our box.
yeah,
He was so comfortable doing whatever that he wanted.
yeah,
If
yeah.
there's physicality in the
Oh my
game
god.
yesterday,
No,
if there
this
was
is true.
physicality in the, he wouldn't be able to do what he did yesterday.
No,
If you watch the game, he wasn't in our box that much. He goes and come. It's like he was taking a tour. He goes and take the ball
collects
in the
the ball.
midfield as if he's
Yeah.
the midfielder, pass the ball and then run into our box. And then it's like that guy
Now,
was enjoying the game
Ha-
yesterday.
Hakeem, I'll sum that up in one word. He saw weakness and he
Yeah,
exploited it. Weakness. When I tell coach this, and there's a couple of other guys from the panel, and they think it's offensive. It's not. I'm just telling the truth. If you're physically and technically weak, you can't achieve anything. And right now, I understand the argument. Oh, maybe we're a bit too preemptive. You need to give players time. Yada yada yada. I get it, but time doesn't wait for anybody. One game has gone. We've played our first Champions League games. We picked up no points and we've gone -2. So that means we're already playing an uphill battle. Time doesn't wait for anybody. Those days of waiting for the Garnachos of the world and the Gittins of the world, Chelsea have gone past that because of the level of competition we're playing this season. So that's my concern. I don't know if they'll ever reach the mark. We're just ifs, buts, maybes, and hopes and prayers. It shouldn't be like that. We should be a little bit sure of what we've got. Somebody made the example of Caicedo. Yeah, when Caicedo started, we knew he didn't have a preseason. We knew he was going through a transfer battle saga. So we knew we needed to wait for this guy to get into gear. We were sure of what we had. Same with Esteval. I was one of those saying, look, protect him, wrap him up in cotton wool, and that he started hitting the ground running. I still think we should be careful, but we can see what we've got. I don't see that with Garnacho, and I certainly don't see that with Gittins. And I've seen them live and in the flesh. Well, certainly Gittins, not Garnacho. It was a bad buy. That's just how it is. We've messed up with the summer transfer window, and who that it comes down to is the sporting directors. I have no idea what those guys are thinking sometimes.
but for me, I have confidence in Gittins. I think he'll hit the ground running, because I think he's still young and you could see the potential in him. But I think at this point we've bought so many potential, and as I said, you don't need to be putting pressure on the coach for the coach to be like a potential coach, where you always bring in potential for him to be training potentials. I believe at some point, you should bring him someone who is ready to go. Especially, you had someone like Neto. I swear, when we have a player that can provide us what Neto is providing us at the right side, I think everything will be all right.
Well,
But you,
João Pedro was such a player, as was the Liam Delap. Apart
yeah,
from his injury, they are ready to go. But the fact
exactly.
is that we needed more than that, and the point that was made of getting rid of players to bring in lesser players, it's ridiculous. It makes no sense to me. You get rid of Noni, okay? You don't like Noni, so then you bring somebody who's 10 times worse than him. How does that work? What's the
Yeah,
logic behind that?
Bobby, before we start debating whether Gittins is better than Nani, I think it's important we clarify something to not make, you can say, make accusations unknowingly, maybe. Nani wanted to leave. And that is even clearer now that we're hearing that
Noni,
he was still
no,
Noni,
without.
no, Coach, I don't believe that.
Oh, can I
I,
Coach,
finish? Can I
let
finish?
me,
Can I
let me,
finish?
let me, no, I want to clarify
Go ahead,
that
Bobby.
because
Go
we
ahead.
keep hearing this.
Yeah, go ahead.
People keep saying, "Oh, Noni wanted to leave. Oh, Jackson wanted to leave."
Mhm.
Yes, you want to leave if you tell them that you've got better options. Noni left because you kept telling him, "Oh, Gittins is coming. Oh, Garnacho is coming."
Who
So,
told
oh,
him that?
okay,
Who told? So,
he
so
could
if he
see
wants
it.
to leave because we're signing Gittins, does he deserve to be a Chelsea
coach,
player?
coach,
If
coach,
you
coach,
pure
coach,
competition, you don't deserve to be a Chelsea
coach.
player. Let's be honest there.
Coach, it's not about competition or everything. If you follow this Chelsea team, you know how they operate. You know whenever they see a new thing, you know that okay, they will sit with you and tell you that listen, the coach is not in your plan. We want you to go. They
No,
tell you
but that's
point
not the
blank.
case with Madrid. That's
No,
not
no,
the
no.
Well,
case with Madrid.
Maresca didn't say this. Maresca didn't say this. Maresca
it's
will be
not
the last person to
it's
tell
not
you that
Maresca.
you are not in the plan.
I'm telling you about the
Victor, can you
handlers.
listen to me? Can I explain myself? Then you can come in and tell me whether I'm wrong or not. We were still at in the US for the Club World Cup, and Madrid started speaking with Arsenal. We learned that 2 days ago from Fabrizio Romano.
Do you think they don't give him they have to give him
No, they don't have
the
to.
green
Coach,
light?
No, they don't
Coach,
have to.
I
If you
don't
want to
see,
leave, you can
I
start
don't
speaking
see,
to
I
other
don't see
clubs.
how, I don't
No,
see
no,
how
no.
that
Coach,
excuses
coach,
not getting
coach.
somebody like Kudus
Well,
or
Bobby,
Xavi
that's a
Simons.
different argument altogether. That's a different argument
They,
altogether. We're talking about how whether he was pushed out or when he wanted to leave. I think the
Coach,
theory, I've heard theories such as him wanting a pay rise because Cole Palmer got one, Nicholas Jackson got one, and he didn't get one. You cannot, not anybody can wanted to leave. Maresca loved him so much that even when he's thinking of places, he still be on the pitch until the game is done. Prime example, the I what's what it
coach. I
called
don't think Maresca
Europa
love him
Conference
so
League
much.
final.
Maresca have called him out on the media, and I don't
Yeah,
think he
because
loves
at
him
the time
that.
we already learned that he was speaking with Arsenal.
This
Yeah,
is food, coach. This is football. Players they look after themselves the same way the team look after themselves. If a team
now
don't like
now
you,
you're talking to me.
yeah, yeah,
Now
yeah,
you're
yeah,
telling me
yeah.
something
But
I can understand.
if a team really like you, listen, players will always talk with another team. If a team really like you, they'll talk to you and keep you because I don't think
You, I
Arsenal
don't.
could provide
Mhm.
anything when it comes to achievement to Noni than Chelsea. So for me, I believe like they've already made up their mind and they told him
No,
that listen.
but do you agree that's an assumption? If I can't, I mean,
Okay, do you think what is the name Nicholas Jackson, do you think Nicholas Jackson was like I wanted to leave or they told him that listen your time is
nobody
up?
told him anything. If anything, we not. I know. We listen. We can only speculate, right? But from what
Mhm.
we've heard from his camp, he wanted to leave. And if you ask me, I'd say he didn't want the competition. We didn't want, if we wanted to sign Nicholas Jackson, our initial asking price, I don't think would be anything close to 80 million pounds. But we did that, and it was in public that we're not looking to sell him. And we started hearing from Fabrizio Romano that we're not looking to sell Nicholas Jackson, And then you see a second paragraph in certain reports that we addressed at the time that read something to the effect of, but the player is weighing up his future, which for me at the time, you can't argue it was him not you could say realizing that yeah he's definitely or most likely will become the third choice striker because we signed Liam Delap and João Pedro, and Pedro started off well.
Yeah.
As much as I
But
say, as much as I'd say, I could be wrong. At the same time, I can say, but it's more likely that he asks to leave because yeah, we're Chelsea.
coach,
We
coach,
cannot stick with the single striker for the
coach,
entirety of the season.
let me tell you something about football teams. Football teams will always like to keep the value of their players. So they'll never ever going to give you the impression that they want this player to go. You understand?
No, I
This is the
understand
same
that
thing. This is the
aspect.
same thing Conte. This is the same thing Conte did to what is our
Diego
striker.
Costa, but
Diego Costa, and
but
Costa.
the
the
case
board
is
were
another thing.
angry. The board were angry with him. A coach will never going to give you impression
I
outside that he wants his
understand
player
that
to go.
aspect. Can you tell me something that made you believe that Nicholas Jackson was pushed out?
He was pushed out, of course.
How? Yeah,
He
make
was
me
if
convince me. You can't just tell me he was pushed out. What I'm saying, convince me that he was pushed out.
everything, how the situation was handled, how
Give
everything
me
was
just
handled, and
say I'm listening, bro.
do
Him.
you know?
I'm
Like
listening.
yeah,
Say it.
let me explain things further, because like we were looking in the market to sell him with the highest bidder, so that is why we placed the price, the 80 million price on on him. So we know that we are not going to get that money, but then we are looking at the highest bidder. And then to the extent that we heard that Aston Villa was coming in, all these teams were coming in, all these things. Why do you think that other teams never come for Casado? Because we know that Casado is not for sale. We know that we don't want Casado to go. We
Yeah.
know that we
Okay.
have Palmer. Why do you think that other teams never came to
Okay.
Palmer?
Can I say this? I've heard
Why
what
is
you
it that
said.
if
You're saying
the moment you want a player to go, you put this thing like a price tag on him? Yeah.
from a player getting dropped, Bobby, we're talking about Chelsea Football Club, and he wasn't the only striker we had at the time. No. But my point is, I'm not saying I'm correct. I'm not saying I'm correct, but I'm just saying if you're going by that point alone, was he the only striker we had at the time?
Coach, I wanted to ask you, was Chalaba wanted to go or was Chalaba wanted to stay?
Chalobah's case is a different thing altogether, and I can give you my theory on what happened at the time. Did you?
Yeah. So
Can I
how
give
did
you
they push
example? Can I give you
Chalaba
another
out?
theory? Listen, before Chalobah wanted, he up again. He accepted. I wouldn't say he accepted the offer. He agreed to join Bayern. What happened that time? Even before the arrival of the Sassi, the media started pushing the narrative that Chalobah will leave if we sign the Sassi.
But Chalaba,
Right?
was he wanted? Was
Can you
Chalaba
hold
wanted to
on?
stay or he
Here's
wanted to
the thing,
leave?
irrespective of what you tell me now, I will come back to you with my point that we can only speculate. You don't work for the club, I don't work for the club. But let me give you
Exactly.
my theory when it comes to the Chalobah's case. Right? Listen, the media started pushing the narrative the moment we started pushing to sign the Sassi, that if we sign the Sassi, the Chalobah will most definitely leave. And then it happens at the time that Thomas Tuchel was Bayern's manager, right? So the moment Bayern came knocking, Chalobah was open to the move. And the way our new owners operate, the moment they sense that you're open for a particular to join to leave the club, then fine, they will let you go. That's my theory. I'm not saying I'm correct, but I have to
Coach,
let you know. Let me
coach.
can I drop my points now? Then at the
Okay,
time, it happened that Bayern wanted him only on loan. Chelsea said no. If you want him, he's gonna be gone on a permanent or forget it. That's you
coach,
cannot convince me to say he was being pushed out. No, you've brought my theory. As much
coach,
as mine is a theory, And I'm definitely not saying that I'm correct. You cannot tell me that definitely you're correct that he was being pushed out of the club at the time.
Coach,
Go
for
ahead,
that,
let's
I
hear
can
you.
tell you 100% that he was being pushed out because he didn't even had a jersey number at some point. He didn't have a jersey
That
number
was
at some
that
point.
was after that was after Bayern came
No,
calling
they've
and he
made it clear. Listen, how
no. I
football team
remember
operates.
everything very
How
well.
football team operate, yeah, how football
Mhm.
team operate. Football team, they'll call you as a player in their office and in a meeting and discuss their future with you. But they will let you know that, listen, this is confidential. You don't need to go out and spread it out. But some people, and then and then the football team, they will be the ones that will try to control the narrative. But if you also have, like, four sense, and you can sense how things is going, you can draw your conclusion, because there's no way you're going to tell me that you need a player and the player doesn't have a jersey, and how you are treating the player, to the extent that the player wasn't even part of the first team training. So you cannot tell me that your player is not in the first team training and you're telling me that this player was. And Chalaba is one player that I can tell you that he loved Chelsea too much. I can tell you, apart, Chalaba loved Chelsea even more than Rhys James. I can tell you for a fact, if we were to mention a player that loved Chelsea, that would do everything for Chelsea, is Chalaba. So this guy is drama free. He's not into all of these other things, all of these shenanigans. But then you are telling me that this player wanted to leave. No, coach, come on. Let's be sincere. He was being pushed out, and this Chelsea board, when they want to push a player out, they control the narrative outside. They will ship you out. They will do whatever that they could to ship you out. Like, there's now they've even created like a bomb squad. Disasi, you if you are a player and then you are in a team and you see how they've been treating a players, like, bro, you have to look after yourself and you have to try to find a way and ask for clarity. And when you ask for the clarity, they will not tell you that, okay, go out and go and be like, okay, I want to leave, they want me to leave. No, this is not how it works. Everything is a game, everything is tactics, because they want to keep your value, so they will let you know that, okay, this is our plans for you, if this and this and that. So go out and then try to find your own way. So you call your manager, your agent, and your agent to also try to find a football team for you. If a team want to keep you, they will do whatever that they will do to keep you. Like, let's take this defender from Magay. When Crystal Palace were like, listen, 30 million, we don't have his replacement, fuck it, we're going to keep him regardless of whatever. 30 million now is down the drain. Like, they kept him because they wanted to keep him. But in Chelsea football team, we know when they want a player to go, they will let you go.
Hakim, you're just speculating. As much as I'd agree, I'm just speculating. You don't work for the club. I don't work for the club.
For that, of course, for sure.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
I think there's a reality that
You,
coaches
you can also
avoiding.
tell me. You can also tell me, and I heard you actually said so that what's his name, Nani Madueke was pushed out.
He was pushed out
No, then
because
I'll tell you. I
no
disagree,
player
and
in
Yes.
I
these
can also
senses.
tell you. Do you remember the day Maresca spoke about his potential departure from the club? He sounded annoyed. And my interpretation of his, you can say, the way his body language came across during that presser was that he realized that we were busy participating in the Club World Cup, and Nani Madeke started talking to us. And I can tell you, there are plenty of, you can say, theories as to why he chose to leave. Some are saying because Nicholas Jackson got a pay rise, Cole Palmer got a pay rise, and he didn't get any. I've heard staff the other day told me that his entire family, they're all Arsenal fans. As much as I will agree, I'm not saying I'm correct. We can only look at what's out there and try to make sense of it. I don't think it'd be correct to just say Noni Madeke was pushed out. He pushed out that the club,
Coach,
for instance, our final game against Real Betis, he played 90 minutes when Tariq George was on the bench of a player that I think probably more intelligent player than Noni Madueke. let me tell you this. We've always known. Dante will tell you this, and for those of you who follow this channel for a long time now, will remember when I said that Noni Madeke, that was a year ago, that he does come across to me like the sort of player by the time Esther William will come or we sign other players that he's going to push to leave. I swear I said this. And I'm quite sure a lot of people heard me when
No,
I said that.
I've heard. I remember I heard this from somewhere, but a lot of people also know that like he'll be the first one to be pushed out. Like we
No, not,
know.
not pushed out. I think it's wrong. Can we be fair? How do we know he was pushed out?
Chelsea are master of pushing players out in the in Premier League these days. Like at this moment, how many players Chelsea wanted to push out? Chelsea want to push out like a Disasi. They want to push out Raheem Sterling. They want to like it's the reality. It's the right word
The
to use.
Sarsi's case, we heard he was surplus to requirement. What's his name? Raheem Sterling. Even before we heard from the manager and the club, his camp started releasing statements that made it clear that he's been told that he was surplus to requirement. Can, listen, I'm just saying, as much as you saying that my theory is wrong, I don't believe yours either, and I'm not saying I'm right. But can we? I mean, speak about this sensibly and objectively, and not just go straight to blaming the club that a certain player was pushed out. Nicholas
I
Jackson
don't know
case.
why you're
Yeah, go
spending
ahead,
all
brother.
this time detracting from the real issue. You're detracting, and
Detracted
it's
how?
curious to me. The real issue lies in the fact that the squad is now deficient instead of efficient. So all this
Okay.
whether Noni Maduka wanted to leave or so wanted to leave is a distraction. The issue is that we have a problem. The problem is down the left side, which Noni was occupying sufficiently for us, at least
Why are you
sufficient
saying we have
enough
a
to get
problem?
us
Why are you saying we have a
into the
problem, sir?
Premier League. Because Garnacho and Gittens are not good enough for those positions. And it's left a huge problem in the team. We haven't invested in enough in terms of physicality. When you went away, we were all talking about how the Bayern team was strolling into the Chelsea midfield with the
And it
ball
was,
with
was
impunity.
and it
With
was down to lack of
impunity.
physicality.
It was so porous that even Harry Kane started dropping back in the midfield to collect the ball. He knew he had that freedom. We haven't done, we've missed the ball, the opportunity of this summer transfer window. Yes, there were some excellent signings, some prior signings as Esteval, and some good signings as João Pedro and Liam Delap. But unfortunately, Liam Delap is injured, and there's something missing in the way Maresca selects his
You still there,
and
Bobby?
time again. This is the opportunity actually for us to bring Josh Achimpong into the first team and give him ample game time because his physicality is what we are missing in the middle of the field, and he needs to be there ahead of any Enzo Fernandez or Reece James or anybody that we use alongside Caicedo at the moment. Those are the realities that are with us right now, coach. It's not about whether Noni wanted to leave or not. It's
And
what
you
we've done about it.
and you think Nani is better than Gittins because yeah, Gittins have played a few games and haven't done well.
Coach, I've seen Gittins up close and personal. Noni's definitely better than Gittins at this moment.
Okay,
Definitely.
no, we'll find out. Don't worry. We'll find out in due time. Let's see what else we have here because we'll be rounding off soon. I have a lot of stuff to do. May I ask, do board of directors have contracts at each soccer club? Because from my opinion, these Chelsea Football Club directors should be fired and the Chelsea FC should get a well-experienced board. Okay. Uh, you haven't said why you think they should be fired. I'm guessing because you think they signed the wrong players and didn't do enough during the past transfer window. And Rich Moneymakers is saying, yes, the SDs wanted Nicholas Jackson gone. Uh, I don't think so. I disagree. You have every right to tell me that's the case. And I know you will tell me you have your sources, and your sources say they wanted him gone. If you remember, Jackson was saying he didn't want to leave. He wants to stay and fight for his place. And if they told him we want you gone, he would. I don't think he'd be saying that at the time. Jackson didn't just want to compete, and that's my opinion. And as Vic said at the time, yeah, if again that probably because he believes or maybe sees himself as the third choice striker. And we've always debated how if he stays, he makes us stronger. And it's really that simple. But Nani did want to leave. And this year of a deal, we had to sell senior players, bigger Bobby. That even makes more sense. But we weren't necessarily pushing to sell Nicholas Jackson. We weren't. We actually delayed it to an extent by refusing to reach a deal with Bayern. That's my interpretation of how things you can say went down. I could be wrong, and probably yeah. You chances are you do have sources at the club like you usually tell us. So Vic here says, Coach, it's not rocket science. The same thing will happen next summer when Emera, Pies, Pendas, and Salmino Sa and Queda arrive. The defensive area, but the addition of Emera doesn't mean we sell any player. Pies, you could argue maybe that's one of the reasons why we refused. You can say we didn't really push through to get the deal of what's his name, Xavi Simons signed across the line. But yeah, I trust your judgment because yeah, you can say I think it'd be correct to say your comments are usually almost always objectively driven, except when you said that BSG that they're definitely gonna beat us. We did need a players of the tier one list, and before we signed new players, that was the case at the time. Once Winston is gone, okay. I hope I understand that. I read it correctly, maybe. We need to sort out our revenue as soon as possible, and the FA charges are hurting us with sponsorship. Okay, I need to educate myself more. I didn't know that. I have said it over and over again. Our squad depth is focused on talent, not immediate equality. I mean, that to an extent was the case, but recent signings I think we're starting to mix it up a bit. Yeah, Gittins is still very very young, but you cannot say he's just or maybe he's just you can say a talent and has nothing to offer, or maybe Ganacho has nothing. Ganacho, as young as he is experienced, especially in the Premier League. Gittins not a bad signing in my opinion. He just maybe hasn't adapted properly, and I think he will come good eventually, and that's my opinion. Um, I never rated Gittins. I remember that, but I think he will come good. But I disagree with Bobby telling me because he's seen him up close and personal means that has led to him believing that yeah he's not good enough, or maybe not in Madueke is better. We'll find out in due time. Enzo was the weakest link in the midfield and has been for over 2 years. If he was really good, he's not. James should be playing alongside Caicedo. Should or shouldn't be? I don't know. No wonder the honest wanted Xavi Simons sell Enzo. Okay, I mean that's you. Let's see what else do we have here. From opinion coach, Enzo Maresca should not be loyal to any player. Soccer players should play to prove their worth. To play. That's how I see it. If you want to leave, bye, Felicia. It's as simple as that. And Nicholas Jackson, I think he would have stayed had it not been the fact that we signed, what's his name? We signed Liam Delap and João Pedro. And we had to, because when it was him alone, even his best season at Chelsea, he didn't do enough. We struggled in his absence because we didn't have an alternative. All right. Big up to you too. I am disappointed that Chelsea lost. I am happy that Chelsea finally play in the Champions League for the first time in 2 years. And I think it's not the end of the world. I think we'll eventually do well. The defensive errors were the reason we lost. No, I think we lost because we don't have, according to Bobby, we don't have physicality. As much as I believe that, yeah, we had issues in the midfield area, Enzo didn't look it. yeah, maybe tactically the manager got it wrong, but I need to watch the game again too. But I disagree that it was down to lack of physicality, which is why I asked the question. The Chalobah scored an own goal because yeah, we lacked physicality, or that actually came from a set piece situation, dead ball situation, right? And everything that happened with the referee, you can argue interfering to a certain extent. Malo Gusto passing the ball practically begging what's his name, the English international, to score against us. That wasn't down to
Good.
physicality.
You have a very simplistic way of
Mm.
looking at physicality. You know, physicality isn't just beating up people on the field,
No, 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 no,
kicking
no, no.
everybody and that.
Mhm.
Physicality I'm talking of is the inability to win those second balls, the inability to win the aerial balls,
Bobby, are
the
you listening to me?
inability to
What was,
win a 50-50 challenge.
okay, can I ask
We
you this?
lost out on all those areas in the midfield last
Can
night.
I ask you this
That's
once
the
again? Let me ask you this once again. Even if you think I don't understand what you mean by physicality, was physicality the reason why Chalobah scored an own goal? Was
yes,
physicality the reason why Malo Gusto passed the ball to an opponent?
yes,
Was physicality the reason why Casado did what he did that led to us conceding the penalty? If you say yes, you're confusing me. Can you
yes,
elaborate
I
why that
am.
was the case?
Yes, because you're losing out on your 50-50s. You're leaving gaps in the middle because you don't have the.
Remember, the first goal was from a dead ball situation, wasn't it? A
You
free
keep
kick
going
that
on
shouldn't
about
have
this
been.
dead ball. You know, the
Coach,
dead ball
coach,
was
coach,
a
let me
no
answer
ball.
you. Let me answer you.
No,
Yeah,
let Bobby
what?
answer me. I
No,
asked
no,
Bobby a
no,
question.
no,
Let
no.
him
Let,
talk.
let
Then
me.
you can come
I
in.
Because
also stand.
I
I
keep
also
saying the
stand
same
for that.
thing.
I also stand for that. You see, football is all about moments, and you
Exactly.
create your moments. You create your luck. If you create your luck, and it start from somewhere and end somewhere. You understand? If maybe their defenders don't get the chance to be running trade in our midfield, like if even where Hurricane came from for Casado to foul him, he was so comfortable. He was in the midfield. Do you think if we have players that were able to stop him, like use their physical presence against those players, do you think they would have gotten that opportunity
Like
to, like, imagine even the
Achipong would have
pressure that
done.
was putting on Malogusto? It's all part of the physical aspect,
Exactly.
all the pressure and
Exactly.
everything. Listen, they didn't respect our presence. Like one,
Yes.
like they didn't respect our presence. Like there's nothing that we could do. Like they were on their first gear. Like when Bobby was saying, listen, Neuer was placing passes everywhere, and our players
Ex-
couldn't do anything about the passes. Harry Kane was dropping down, coming in, going sideways. Like he was free. When we talk about physicality, when you see a player like Harry Kane, you put a player on him, like the
Can,
way they put Herrera on Eden
can I
Hazard,
say
because they
can I
know
say
what Eden
something
Hazard
quickly?
could do. So
Yep.
when you are talking about physicality,
Uh-uh.
all this is part of physicality that
It's,
Can I
it's
Bobby
a
is
can
talking
sum
no?
of
Can I
about.
say
all those
can I say
parts.
something quickly? This is
It's
not
the
an English
sum.
class. This is not an English class.
Coach,
If you say fitness was one of the reasons why
that's all
we
part of
handed them three
physicality,
goals,
That's
coach.
all part of
then
physicality.
no, it's not. Physicality is different. And I know you
Oh
too
my
well, Bobby,
gosh.
to know what you mean
Bobby, when I
when you
was in
talk
school,
about physicality.
I do physical education, and physical
Oh my
education is
god.
all about fitness, building your
But
fitness.
Exactly.
when you say physicality, it means a different thing altogether. If you're
No,
saying this is
most
not an
upset
English
coach
class, but
is because I refer to people like Garnacho and that as midgets.
no, that's a different thing altogether.
Let's take
That's
a player
if you're
like
talking
Escobar.
about
Escobar
someone
is
being
is is
hold
not
it, can
like
I,
when
Hakim,
you see his physical
Hakim, can you
build,
give me a second?
he's
Can you give
not
me a
really
second?
built, but he's a physical player.
No. First of all, even if you meant fitness, and you're telling me fitness was the reason why Chalobah scored an own goal, and
Neto. Neto has physicality.
Even
He's got strength. He's got stamina. You know, physicality sometimes
Bobby,
transcends your
can we forget about the
height.
definition? If you say fitness, I'll start listening. But that's a different argument altogether. And you haven't
No, it's
explained
not,
to
coach.
me how
No.
a goal we considered from a dead ball situation, which the
I
referee.
have. I
No,
have,
it
and so
doesn't
has
make sense
Hakeem.
to me. It just
We
doesn't make
both
sense to me.
explained it to you.
No, it doesn't. That he agrees with you doesn't
Yeah,
mean I'd have to
if
suck up
yeah,
to what
if you
you say.
okay, say that you don't accept the explanation, then that's fine. But don't say there isn't an explanation.
There is. It doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, then I accept that you don't accept it.
Yeah.
But that until that's addressed, every time we perform and have those lapses, I will always point it out. And I've also told you what the solution is amongst the players we've got. I've been screaming from the rooftops, put Josh Achipong in midfield. Put that kid in midfield. He's got that physicality. That's how it was with John Obi Mikel
Bobby, can I
when
tell
he
you
came
something?
in.
Do you know that during the course of this debate right now, you're redefining what I know that you always present as physicality. Whenever you say
Um,
physicality, listen.
in your mind,
No,
coach.
no. We've talked about this a thousand
In your
times, Bobby.
mind,
I know you very well. When you say physicality, you necessarily don't mean fitness or the person's
coach,
ability to
coach,
shield the ball. Or
coach. It's the sum. It's the okay. I'm telling you now that it's a sum of all those parts.
okay,
I
I agree.
know.
Okay, let's say you mean that. The truth remains, we didn't give the Bayern weren't gifted 3 goals for lack of physicality. We didn't lose that game for lack of physicality.
Nobody
Overall,
played a big part.
no.
It,
In what
it
way?
played a massive
It's all
part.
Can
part.
I point out how the goals were considered again? One was an own goal
Coach is
from a
upset.
dead. No, from a dead ball situation. Wasn't that the case? Did I
How
lie?
coach? How do own goal? How do you concede own goal? You concede own goal based on
Jesus
pressure.
Christ! What are you saying,
Based
Hakim?
on pressure.
How did that start happening?
If a player impose their presence on you, that is where you get
I'm
frustrated and then you concede own goal.
I'm
So it's
so
all
glad
part of the
Okay,
Hakeem is here
physicality.
because usually it's me fighting Coach and Dante,
okay. Let
who
me.
like all these little guys in our team, little ineffective guys that are blown over by everybody and keep wishing and hoping they're
Thank
going to do something for us. They're
But you
not.
see that you just came back to what I know is your definition of physicality. You just said it.
Oh
Just one
gosh.
time. Did I say it? You said it. You called them little guy, and that's how you define physicality. If they're not tall enough or bulky enough to you, they're not physical enough. You just said it. Did I say
Coach,
it? You said it
you have
yourself.
to use a description for something, and you have to use an exemplary description. That is an exemplary description.
All right.
The clearest indicator of a player not having sufficient physicality is if they're too small. But there are other aspects that go into physicality. I've given you examples of small players that have physicality because they have the energy, they have the strength, and they have the doggedness
All
to
right.
keep
What did I
to.
point out as your definition of physicality is the size and Bobby,
Oh
you
gosh, you're
just
not
said it.
listening to me.
That's your definition. Bobby, we've been on the panel a billion times. I know you too well, but let's go beyond. Okay, let's move beyond what
Oh
you
gosh.
perceive or what you see as the accurate definition of physicality. That's, by the way, Hakim. Let me ask you the same question I asked Bobby. You're saying the reason we consider those 3 goals against. You agree with Bobby? Let me just rephrase that. That the reason we consider those 3 goals against Bayern was down to lack of physicality. And I'm reminding you that the first goal was an own goal that started from a dead ball, a foul, in again leading to a dead ball situation. Which, look,
Coach,
hold on,
you know what
can
you're
I
doing.
finish? Then you
You
can
know what you're
answer.
doing.
Can I finish?
You are asking a question, and then you are putting the question in a way that it favors you.
Yes.
No. Can I
This is
answer?
exactly
Yes.
what you are
Yes,
doing.
that's what you're doing.
This is exactly what you are
How does
doing.
that make sense? Can you?
No,
That
no,
is
Am
this
I
is exactly
asking a
what you are doing. You are
question? Wait,
asking me a
first of
question,
all,
and
am
then
I
you are
asking
putting
a
hallelujah.
the
I
question?
question in
actually
a
have
such a way
someone
No,
that is going
who
to
is on
Can I
my
ask you
side
a
for
favor
question?
you.
once.
If you ask me the question that how is
Okay,
it a
can I ask the
physicality? Is
question? Can I
football
ask it? Can you
football?
wait? You haven't answered me. Akim, can I ask the
Yeah.
question?
Mm-hmm.
And let me ask you this before I even ask the question. You saying I ask it the way it suits my narrative. Is it a question still?
Yes.
Is
Because
it a
Yeah,
question?
like
Can
you
you're
you
asked me a
making
wait?
your
question.
deductions
Is it
in
a
that
question
question that
still? Is
suits
it
what
a
you want
question
to hear.
still? Is it a question still?
It's a question. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you the question. Irrespective of how I present it, it's still a
But
question.
Okay.
but you're
So
not
my
Okay.
accepting the
question is,
answers.
I want you to explain how
Here we go again.
Alaba scored an own goal because we lack physicality in the team. How Malagusto passed the ball straight to Harry Kane because we lack
Okay.
physicality.
The, Coach,
And
the
Bobby, let
existence
me
of
answer.
the
Let me
phase
answer.
of
Let me
play
answer. You,
was because there wasn't enough physicality to stop it.
Bobby, let me answer. You see,
Okay.
the football, if you are playing football, something happens before it ends up at your end. Football,
Exactly.
it ends up at your end. Sometimes ask yourself, like, how did the ball was able to move from their end to your end? Was it easy? Was it out of this? You put all of this into this thing. Own goal doesn't happen just because own goal happens. If it happens like that, then there is a problem. But there's some sort of own goals when it happens. Okay, like it's something happens and this thing like and then this own goal happened. Let's take it like how the Bayern Munich were playing the football. Like there for a team to show their physical presence, it also happened in the midfield. Our midfield was non-existent yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah,
fine. Did
it
I
was
disagree?
non-existent
Did I
yesterday.
disagree? I
What did
don't.
Coach, Coach, you
what
disagree.
did
That's
Reece James
fine.
did
No,
yesterday?
no.
You
Show
want a
me
bunch
one thing that you see Reece
of
James did
weaklings
yesterday.
and little guys in the
How many
midfield. That's
long
fine.
balls? How many long balls did we won yesterday? How many passes, successful passes, did Neuer was able to give his players yesterday? Were we
Yep.
able to do anything against it? How many times did you see the Bayern Munich defenders, running from their end to our midfield, and there was no one to stop them? And then the last thing that I want to ask you is that, like, if you think there's a physical presence, do you think Harry Kane can be roaming about, going
Yep.
back to his end and coming back? Did you see
Yep.
even
Can
the
I make
penalty
something
that was
clear here?
conceded? Do you know
If you're saying
the
physical
penalty
presence,
that was
yeah,
conceded?
we had 11 physical presence on the pitch. If
Do
you're
you,
going by the
I no,
term of
I just
physical
want to ask you
presence,
something. Listen, do you
Jesus
think
Christ!
if, like, we sometimes football, some Mourinho era, we play football, we don't score football by playing brilliantly. Sometimes we impose our presence on the team. We always
Yeah.
bully teams. We always bully team and we always win them. Yesterday
Hakeem,
they
where
did the
have you
same thing to
been?
us. They
Where
bullied us. Coach,
where
just
have you
accept
been,
this.
Hakeem? Where have you been? I've been trying to tell these guys, they've been beating me up, attacking me.
Arsenal,
Oh,
leave
Bobby,
it is
you're
Arsenal.
calling
When
people
Chelsea,
little,
when we meet
little.
Arsenal, even the Chelsea players, our legend was saying, when we meet Arsenal, it was cool game. Like Evra said, when they said, listen, when we meet Chelsea, Evra, he said, we know these are the people that can match us in every aspect, physically,
Yep.
everything.
Yep.
This is
Yep.
what we are trying to explain to you, coach.
Yep.
Sometimes it's not about the
No,
brilliance.
no, no.
When we beat,
You're trying
when we
to
beat,
shove it off my brain, and I disagree.
Oh no. No, coach.
What are you
No.
saying? You're still talking, and Bobby started talking about little people, and you're
Yes, I know that's what's upset you.
exactly that. No,
That's
no, no, no. That's how
but
my understanding of how Bobby defines physicality, and it's not today. It's not. This is not the first time.
no, it's not. We've had these fights for years.
Exactly. So I don't have an issue with it. I'm just saying I disagree that we
But
lost to Bayern because of lack of physicality. It
But
just doesn't.
finally, I have somebody with me who is helping me explain exactly. You see, Hakeem has no problem understanding what I mean, even if I use words that aren't necessarily politically correct. He knows it's not about the
No,
words I'm
but,
using,
but
but
forget
it's
about
about the objective I'm trying to make.
that's a different thing altogether. I think Hakim understands what I mean, and I think, yeah, I can see it quite clearly. He agrees with you that we need what's his name, Andre the Giant in every position. That's
No,
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 no, no, no.
no. You
no,
see,
coach.
you're
Oh,
Coach,
missing the
we don't
point,
have
coach.
physical
what did you
players.
say, Hakimi? You were telling me how we bully teams. How do you bully
Yes,
them?
Yeah, of course. Do we have Andre the Giant when we're bullying teams?
That's exactly what
exactly.
I'm
You
saying.
don't need Andre the Giant to bully teams.
My point is overall, whether again, irrespective of how we want to see it, we didn't lose to Bayern because of lack of physicality. We did not.
Okay.
They beat us fair and square. Plus, we handed them the 3 goals they scored.
Coach,
Irrespective of whether you
coach,
think we had Michael Essien and those names you mentioned that can bully teams,
Oh, if we had them, they
That,
wouldn't have beaten us like that. I tell you that. I tell
I
you
mean,
that for
I'm
sure.
speaking in hindsight right now.
Coach, we faced Bayern Munich team at the final. Did you watch that game?
What do you think?
Yeah, okay. They were better than us in every aspect. On which aspect did we won against them on
Oh
that
no.
final?
Can I tell you something really?
Yeah.
Physicality. He doesn't want
No,
to
no, no,
say it.
no, 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 no. Hold on. At the end of the day, the better team won. But the truth remains,
Oh
we were
gosh.
very lucky that day. As much as I'm happy we beat them
Mm-hmm.
on their carpet,
Yeah.
go look at the numbers.
Yeah, of course. They played against us and everything.
Do
But
you know what we had in that game? More importantly, mentality.
Do you
yeah,
know
of
that's
course,
all
we do
part
have
of the
mentality.
Because
I
physicality we're
can
talking
always
even
agree
about?
with
no,
that.
no, no, even with our physicality,
There's a mental side to it
can
as
I
well.
say something? Can I say something?
Yeah.
Even though we had the mentality, we were able to level after I think it was Muller that scored their goals for them. Before that header from Didier Drogba, they had tons of chances to bury the game even before we got to second half. We didn't beat them because we had those physical players you are mentioning. Now,
Coach,
I'm
I
not
want to
saying we
ask
were bad.
something.
We beat them because of the mentality. We didn't sulk, even though they were on us. We were on
Coach,
their off.
coach,
Nothing. It has nothing to do with the physicality.
coach,
It was
a minute,
down
please.
to our
Something important.
mentality on the day.
Coach, something important. Is it true that Ivanovic passed away?
I haven't heard that. It looks like
Wow.
you view a lot of nonsense on Facebook.
Yeah, I was surprised because
You saw that
I'm
on
not the type
Facebook,
of person
right?
that. And I saw it yesterday and I was like,
No,
what?
it's a lie. It's clickbait. Clickbait.
But did you saw
If he
it?
passes away, the first place you'd hear it, you see it on Chelsea website by now and on X.
Oh.
I
No,
see
no.
a lot of
The
those
whole of
nonsense on
yesterday I was
Facebook.
working, so I just flashed it. Even the match, I was watching it at work. So, and I'm just waking up because I was at night shift. So, okay, I'm happy to hear that because this is madness.
Yeah, and more importantly, we have a few comments in the chat. Let's get them, and then we'll call it a day. I think we've been streaming it for 3 hours and 46 minutes, and I can assure you, my wife isn't happy right now. But yeah, it's been an excellent discussion. Tensed, but happy. Nobody on the panel line no takes anything personally. Big up, guys. It was well publicized that we needed to sell before we could buy, and they saw Nani as a sellable asset. Wow. Okay.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, but we didn't really want to sell him. That's my opinion. But Max is usually correct. Chances are he's correct, but I don't believe we wanted to sell him. Abbas says I agree, Coach. Again,
Coach has disagreed with everyone today.
no. It's we can only speculate. We don't work for the club. We don't. And if None Madeke was pushed out, let him tell us. He no longer plays for Chelsea right now. He has every right to say he was pushed out. The team lacks physicality in defense. Okay, good one. Both Nicholas Jackson and Nani not really good for Chelsea. Okay, that's your opinion. I wanted us to keep Nicholas Jackson. And big up, it was okay. The same thing he said up there. Richmond
It's
makers.
not about getting rid of them. It's about who we replace them with.
That's
You
a
know,
good.
you
Yeah.
when you get rid of a certain quality, you're supposed to replace it with an upgrade, not a downgrade.
Mhm. Yeah, the FA charges are hurting our sponsorship deals. I didn't know that. I need to educate myself. There's a small chance that we could face points deduction. I don't agree. They cannot. We self again reported the issue we found. No, I don't see that happen. I think we'll sue the heck out of them if they.
But coach,
Yeah.
something just came in my mind also. I think also the reason why we are signing players like Jamie Gittins and Garnacho, one important thing is that because they are below under 21, we can sign them because we have issue of signing players. Um, we have issues of signing players in the Champions League. So players above under 21, I think they fall under some this thing. I have to do some reading. So we can sign them. We can sign unlimited players under 21, but players that are, let's say, above 21, 22, I think we have to sell before we sign these players. So that is why also they
That
sign
caused
players.
us a lot of problems at the time. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
important to highlight that, and I appreciate you for really highlighting that. It was an issue. You could say we didn't really have the freedom. During you could say yeah, during that transfer window, some restrictions, and I'm happy you brought that up. It's important to note that because we were ready to splash, and then the issue emerged. Garnacho has to start against Manchester United. I think he will because he's practically at home. These centre backs are not a Champions League material. They are good players, but not the top players we need to keep compete at the very at the highest level. Okay, we'll find out. Because we can, except if we call back one of the two centre backs we have out on loan in Selmino or Sa Mamadou Sa. I think Mamadou is his first name. First name, but we'll see. For that yesterday match, it was a get a mistake. At least you knew your formation not work at first. You supposed to look for other ways. I think he made changes very late, in my opinion. A lot of fans are angry with the Essex profile of players. I'm not angry of them. I think we will come good, but we'll have this conversation at another time. And I'm still going to say this. You could say the anger maybe or outrage is driven by the fact we lost a game, and that has always been the case. And in 20 plus some games, we've lost just 3 times. And in all those three losses, during those three, after those three losses, irrespective of how many games we've played without losing one. The moment we lose a game, all hell breaks loose. And you could argue that loss yesterday means we're now proper into Chelsea's football season because now the negative gang will be out again. And I'm not saying anybody here is negative, by the way. Yeah, okay, thank you. I want to make an example. When South Africa played against Nigeria on the international break, Nigeria scored an own goal by mistake, and it's not because of physicality. It was an own goal by NG physical. I'm not sure I understand that. Uh, what?
That Nigeria football team will not win against Lesotho.
Um, I mean, for a lot of factors, yeah, but yeah, maybe more. Let's see.
That Nigeria team has everything, but they don't know, like, uh, the coach has no clue how to. I think he's one of the worst coaches ever that ever coached Nigeria.
No, I wouldn't say that. There's a lot. There are a lot of factors, and maybe in the on the other channel, not here. Um, yeah, I think would be better if actually having 50% of foreign-based players and 50% of the local-based players,
No, the
because
local
usually,
players are much fresher. Trust me. Did you watch the chat?
no, no, no. Listen. If a good mix, a good balance would be good.
No,
Because
no, forget about the local players. Like
no, do you know what they do? You
I'm
know
a
what?
Ghanaian, and I'm telling you, Nigeria and Ghana league right now is not in the shape where they can
All right.
provide a team that will even win against Madagascar, that will even win against like even Sierra Leone local players, because Sierra Leone local players don't travel abroad. Their best players are in the local league. And the Nigeria and Ghana, our best players, they travel abroad. So our local players are the trash
Do
ones.
you know that Nigeria and Ghana usually struggle against teams that don't have a lot of foreign-based players? And
I
do you
don't think
know that
so.
whenever you have games against those countries, they put it in the afternoon where the sun will be an issue for the
It's
foreign-based
just
players?
recently. It's just
No,
recently
it's not.
because
I've followed. I lived a long time in Nigeria before moving, but let me just catch up, please. I gotta run. I don't want to fight with my wife, please.
oh,
Let
okay,
me make.
okay.
All right, let me see. May he? Let's see. The rich money maker says he wanted either Maya or Donnarumma, but he was also aware of our limitations to UEFA, a serious issue that a lot of people haven't paid attention to. I'm quick. Again, I just want to cover everything. The conversation is kind of hilarious. Bayern schooled us. We were a small team going up against a very mature, well coached team. Maresca made to look like a small boy with his over reliance on Palmer. Wow. All right. There was no pressing. That was
Can't
an
argue with that, to be honest.
yeah. I mean, to an extent. Okay. Crazy argument when Bayern beats us on all stats. Yeah. Let's see. The players were scared, nervous, and shaky.
They
Okay.
wasn't scared. They wasn't shaking. Come on, we were playing against PSG. We weren't scared. We weren't shaking. It's just that it was like the bad day at the office.
Okay. I'm
Nothing
just
else.
gonna read this one comment because it looks like this person agrees with me, so that it'd be 2-on-2. Okay, please. Please, can someone define physicality? I don't seem to understand. We lost it just because of the setup. We needed wing play, but was absent. We had we had Kante and Aspilicueta those days and all that. I think with that we've come to the natural end of the show. As much as I like to read everything you have there, I just cannot. I hope you survive, Coach. We still love you. No, they have those are the two guys on the panel are my brothers and friends. We're only debating. It was a heated debate, but an excellent one. I don't think we've had such tense debate in a while. Not bad. I know Bobby for I've known him for a long time. I know that he will not take anything personally. It's something as Hakim, so we're good. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Okay. But just go back to work and leave me alone. You're never on my side, and I don't like you. I'm not running away. We could go for 5 hours because nobody on the panel is taking anything personally. Um, he says wrong, coach, wrong, coach. So with that, we've come to the natural end of this particular edition of the Blue Morning Show. It will not be Blue Morning every day. In most cases, it's going to be in the evening. It depends on my schedule. Until I get someone that I can trust, that will help. We can always switch and make sure we're hosting the shows at a time that's familiar with our followers. So I want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you to Victor was on the panel. Ime was on the panel. Hakim also still on the panel. Bobby still on the panel. Who else was here? A lot of people were on the panel today. Just from my sister, the coach is happy with Robert Sanchez, but the coach is concerned about injuries with Lester Fofana, Romeo Lavia, and rightly so. So I want to say thank you to Mabas05. Thank you to Rich Moni Mikos. Thank you to Vic, a brother I love to hate. I hate to love. Either two works for me and vice versa. And thank you to Mabas05 for joining the conversation. Siaka South Africa, much love to you. Who else was here? A lot of people were here. And my bro here, Kunle Kuku. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. And if I miss, Shanks was also here. If I miss your name, apologies. See you guys next time. God bless us all and cheers.
Still blue. Footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through the rain, we danced through the pain. The pitch still remembers my name. Still blue through the silence and the roar. Still blue even when we don't score. I carry the soul of the shedding crew. You can't shake me, I'm still blue. Still here, still true. Woke up to the chance, paint cracked on my wall, but the pride in my heart never faded at all. Jersey frayed at the seams, but it still feels right. Been through darkest nights, still shining bright. We bled in the game, we rose with no shame. The bridge still whispers my name. Still blue, every tear and every cheer. Still blue, with my voice loud and clear. I carry the pride of the shedding crew. Win or lose, I'm still blue. From Drogba's fire to Ritz's run, we stood tall under every sun. Through Abramovich nights to new days begun, heart beats for only one. Still blue, even when they don't believe. Still blue. Every year we grieve and dream. I carry the hope of the shed and crew. Born for this, I'm still blue. Still blue. Still blue. Footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through the rain, we danced through the pain. The pitch still remembers my name. Still blue through the silence and the roar. Still blue even when we don't score. I carry the soul of the shedding crew. You can't shake me, I'm still blue. Still here, still true. Woke up to the chance, paint cracked on my wall, but the pride in my heart never faded at all. Jersey frayed at the seams, but it still feels right. Been through darkest nights, still shining bright. We bled in the game, we rose with no shame. The bridge still whispers my name. Still blue, every tear and every cheer. Still blue, with my voice loud and clear. I carry the pride of the shed and crew. Win or lose, I'm still blue. From Drogba's fire to Ritz's run, we stood tall under every sun. Through Abramovich nights to new days begun. This heart beats for only one. Still blue, even when they don't believe. Still blue. Every year we grieve and dream. I carry the hope of the shed and crew. Born for this, I'm still blue. Still blue. Still blue. Footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through